Patreon and for the Buy Me a Coffee. So I'm gonna try my damnedest to do this right. So let me see. No choice. Okay, let me see. Just hide it. Bring me down again. Love your art. Thank you. This just started. Didn't even do anything yet. Thank you. I appreciate it. Right now, we're gonna make something for the Patreon real quick. I'm gonna make something real quick. Hopefully, it'll come out nice. As I promised, I'm gonna be doing more for the Patreon and for the Buy Me a Coffee. So we're gonna see where that goes. Okay. Let's see where that's going. Let's see where this takes us. Okay. Yo, what's up? What's good? Okay, that. Shoulders need to be a little more wider. Just gonna do that. Arms go like this. Arms about here. Let's say. And then put the hands up there. Down again. And then after we're done doing the quick Patreon drawing sketch, because I'm gonna post this on Patreon and Buy Me a Coffee just to see which one's gonna be best. We will go and work on the quick sticker for JJK, and then after that we're going to work a little bit on the VTubing or PNG model. On the areas right here. Thank you, I appreciate it. Okay, let me put this down here. Leg is about like this. About here. Okay, leg is about here and then. I'm drawing something real quick for the Patreon and for Buy Me a Coffee. Like I said I'm gonna put more effort on making more exclusive content for it. So as I'm doing the sketch, I'll do the color process a little bit and then put the render version on Patreon and Buy Me a Coffee. So I'm gonna see where that goes. Yep. Yes, he is. Yep. That's what I do. Okay, put that right about there. Put the foot about here. Let's see here. Oh, nice. Character you go. I don't know if it's gonna be a character or not, to be honest. Right now, I'm gonna pull some poses and then I'll make it into a character. Hello. Hello. I'm gonna do these quick gestures real quick, and then I'll pick one of them, and then I'll just render them real quick. Thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Okay, like this. Okay, the arms are about here. Hands about. Well, you did. Did you share in the what do you call it, the Discord? The legs about here. Okay. Okay, we gotta do this fast. Oh yeah, you don't know. I understand, Discord can be a little annoying. You gotta learn how to use it though, because I think everyone uses it at this point now. I really don't like using Discord, but then again, I'm just the minority, I guess. It looks crazy nice post though. Thank you. But the gesture is a little off, and it's not really gestural, so we need to make it look better. So we're gonna make the head curve like that. Make the head bend. and more back like this. Give it more of a gestural pose. And then we will put in more work like this. So, hey, hey! Okay, there we go. It's fighting me. What the hell? Okay. Gauge okay. Let me see. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. How goes it? How goes it? Hello. How is everyone today? Today we have 3 things to do. We're going to do these gesture poses real quick, and I'm going to render them a little bit. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure you can. I'm going to render these real quick, but I'm not going to line art them because it's going to take too long. You guys know how I am when I do line art. I tend to take my sweet ass time. So I'm going to render these with a little color just to see how well my coloring has gotten better with the skin stuff. And then I'm going to apply these to the, what do you call it, the Patreon and Buy Me a Coffee. Like I said, I'm going to be putting a lot of content over there. I'll post here and there when I can on social media, but I'm not going to post as much. I want to try to make some exclusive content for the patrons. So if you guys want to be a Patreon member and see these rendered, that'd be perfectly fine. Link in bio. Thank you. Okay, I'll check in a second. Give me a second. Let me just get this right. Oh. Okay. Like that, and put the hip more up like here. Okay. So like about there. Let's see here. Thank you for the 1K likes. I appreciate it very much so. Let's see here. Right here. Okay, let's fix the head. Let's get the neck right too. And then we'll put in, I'll do about like probably like 3 poses or 4. You can use male poses. You don't have to use female poses. The reason why I had you, oh wait, I didn't realize, yo, Sonic Frontiers mentioned, yes, bro, you're so good at this. How do you do that? I practice constantly. You can use male poses for the LOA if you want. There's no like gender thing about it. The only reason I had you do women because they're a lot more gestural and they're a lot more curvier compared to men. I find men more easier to draw because they're more square. But that's why I wanted you to do women. But if you want to use men, that's perfectly fine. I still use the LOA when I draw men as well, so you can still use that. I think if you want to use some really dramatic poses when it comes to men, I suggest use JoJo's Bizarre Adventure as a form of case study of exaggerated and dynamic poses. But I wouldn't use it. I wouldn't go too much on the anatomy on that, depending on who you're asking. So I would first learn the anatomy first before you do that. But if you don't care for any of that, just go for the dynamic poses that they give. Or so. All right, let me see. Say hi, hello. This is good. Thank you. Hello. Clips do you paint? Okay, I gotta fix the back muscles here. They're a little weird. Just like that. Okay. About here to curve that around. I noticed that. I'm very proud of you for doing that. I'm very proud of you. Keep doing your practice. you'll be where you need to be in no time. Or at least a lot better where you are now. So keep doing what you're doing, Emmy. Very proud of you. Alright, learning how to draw is a marathon type run. It's not a sprint. Well, that's virtually for most things, but like it's not a sprint. People treat it like a sprint, but if you want to, you can. But it's not gonna come out in the way you want, because it's gonna get to a point where you're not gonna be satisfied, especially if it's not moving fast enough. I kind of blame TikTok for that a little bit, but you know, or social media in general, or so. Okay, we're gonna clean this up a little bit. Remember, I'm not gonna do the line art. I'm just gonna clean it up a little bit, make sure everything looks good, and then we're gonna put the colors in. We're gonna just do a colored sketch per se. I'm not gonna do a big line art thing per se, but I don't know what character. So we'll figure it out as I go. Hello. Yep, it causes nothing but frustration, anger, and a bit of confusion. Because like what happens is when you watch like a tutorial or whatever, a lot of people try to think, oh, they make it I've been drawing since I was 6. I am currently 30 years old. I turned 30 like I think several months ago. Last December, and I've been doing this professionally since 2017. Oops. So I do it for, I want to do work for video games, but I haven't got any video game like character design jobs yet, but I'm working on it, on my portfolio and all that stuff, and my draftsmanship. No, I was already out of my 20s last year. I'm gonna be 31 this year. Next week? Really? Let's see here. I want to do some video game work for indie devs, but yep. That's what I get all the time. People think I sound 17 or young 20, but no. No, I was born in 94. 94! Well, most people call me a unk. I'm unk status, as they call me now. I'm unk status. I think that's what they call me. Let's see here. Unk Saga. That's funny. Like that. Now we gotta fix the head. It's too big. I gotta. The head is a little bit too big, so we gotta pull it down a little bit. It looks too top heavy for the head. Now we're going to fix this part here because it needs to get straight down the middle where the spine is to the neck. And then I have to make sure this is more defined with the arm because it looks like it's kind of melding strangely. Carrot. Okay. All right, now we're gonna put the hand about here. Okay, okay. Erase all this unnecessary stuff. Clean it up a little bit, make it a little more presentable. Okay. Like I said, we're not gonna do the line art, we're gonna just have a clean sketch and then we'll put in the colors. I gotcha. Well, these are gonna, I understand. I'm gonna be posting these on my Buy Me a Coffee and Patreon. The reason I'm using two different exclusive places, they're still all the same price. So if you're wondering what's the price, are they different? No, they're exactly the same. I made them exactly the same. The only reason why I'm using 2 is because a lot of people are familiar with Patreon, but Patreon tends to be really shitty at paying their creatives. So unlike Buy Me Coffee, they give you 90% full revenue for all that. So that's why I'm going to both of them just in case, because you never know these days. Internet's acting, or social media is really weird, so you can never really tell these days. So that's why there's 2, not just 1. I did that on purpose because, well, you never know. Let me see. And a lot of people like options. Buy me soup. Yeah. As much as I hate it, it's like the soup thing is it's kind of crazy. Okay. And yes, if you guys are wondering if I draw NSFW, no, I don't draw NSFW. I draw like more pinup stuff. So they're not gonna be like straight up like, you know, in the birthday suit. They're just gonna be like pretty suggestive, but nothing too crazy. But if I do decide to do that, that'll be like later in time, but not anytime soon right now. I just want people to get eased into the Patreon and the other stuff. So they're gonna be more pinup drawings than anything, or bikini drawings if anything. But they're not gonna be like outright like in the nude or anything. Now buy me a coffee. Are you drawing on a laptop? No, I am drawing on my desktop through my tablet. It's my main monitor that I'm drawing on. So it's an XE Pen E20. Buy me soup. As much as I want to tell them it's buy me soup, they're gonna get confused. So I have to say buy me a coffee because that's actually the website called. And no, not Ko-fi, not Kofi, not Ko-fi. I know that kind of gets confusing. It literally says buy me a coffee. That's literally the whole website's called. It's a better Patreon in my opinion, but you know, a lot of people are not familiar with it because I'm surprised a lot of YouTubers and creatives don't use it as much because they get 95% more revenue, but nah, it's whatever. I guess it's just brand new still at that point. Let me see. Why do I see apps on the bottom of the screen? Because that's pretty normal. I'm pretty sure it's a normal thing that happens for most computers these days. Let's see there. I don't think that's exclusive just to laptops, if that's what you're trying to say. Let's see here. Alright, I gotta go definitely draw. Okay, I wrote that already. Hello, Bri. Hello, bud. I hope you're having an awesome day. Oh, and if we can get the 3 things done today, we can finally play some Peak today. I don't know if Mike's going to be on today, so I have to check if he's on or he's busy. I don't know if he's home or if he's working, but I got to check on him. We're going to see. Lots to do today, so I'm trying to knock out a lot and move fast as possible. I don't want to waste too much time on certain things. Like that. No, it does not, because you can always still apply everything. Everything I can teach you digitally, I can pretty much teach you traditionally most cases. There will be some exceptions to certain situations, because like digitally you can get away with a few things. Like if you're doing like perspective, you can use like a perspective tool per se. I don't consider that too much of like cheating or anything, because perspective is dangerous. It's dangerous. It is a tricky thing to do, especially if you're trying to like do a web comic and all that stuff. And that'll be maddening to someone's mind, always constantly trying to keep everything in perfect perspective when you can just use the computer for that. But I do not condone tracing per se when it comes to like doing character designs or trying to learn how to draw. I just think that's a slippery slope that can lead to a behavior that is very undesirable. Let me see. It's maybe a foldable computer. No, it's just a tablet with a monitor. It's a monitor tablet. Oh, unless you're talking about yours, so I don't know. There we go. But yeah, so what was I saying? I was saying something. I forgot what it was. Oh, whatever. saying something. I was saying a bunch of shit. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, you can apply what you learned from traditional. No, you're funny. You can apply what you onto most of traditional onto digital. Like I said, with some exceptions, it depends on what you're trying to achieve. I would say that digital makes it a little more easier compared to traditional, but it still falls back onto your skill if you're doing everything hand-drawn. It's a big font. Okay, like that. I think that's good. Let's clean up the legs. It's a little too exaggerated and too elongated, so I'm gonna clean this up a little bit about here. Oh, no. I exaggerated the legs a little bit. Let me see. Like that. Actually, I want to bring this leg in a little bit more. I don't think it should be that outwards. It looks kind of awkward, so I'm going to pull it in. It's an XP pen E20, I think. It's been a while since. I'm still trying to get used to this new tablet I got compared to my old one. Oh, for those who are wondering, are you going to post the videos of your traditional work from yesterday? I will post them, but they won't be posted right away. They'll be posted on the days I'm not home. Let me see. Oh, what drawing tablet is that? Let me see. Oh, I got caught out. Let me see what you said. Said I've been trying to do traditional with a pen, G pen, and damn, my shit ain't easy. And you got things working with that daily. Yeah, I would always recommend for if you want to really upgrade your or really push yourself drawing per se. Traditionally, I would use a permanent pen. No, you don't have to. No, I would have told you that from the jump so you don't have to waste time. See, my job as a teacher is to get you off the subscription, not keep you on it. I think that's kind of evil to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, you go to someone to get help. So, like, you go to, like, a therapist. They're not supposed to keep you on the therapy plan for as long as possible. They're trying to get you off it so you can live a more fulfilling life. So, it is what it is. This leg is a little bit too straight. I think it should be a little bit more. That feels a little more natural. Like that. That feels a little more natural, but the leg here is a little too off too. So I'm gonna bring that up. Okay. The dinosaur train. You said the dinosaur train? What the hell is that? What are you talking about? Didn't Jurassic Park? Oh, okay. Talking about the History Channel or some shit. Like, some history stuff. This leg here needs to be a little more weeded down, and then we'll go to the next pose because we can't waste too much time on this, per se. Let me see, maybe foldable, Make sure I'm reading Instagram. Because Instagram doesn't read at my ears, so I gotta keep reminding myself to look at Instagram. Unlike TikTok and YouTube, it reads in my ear, so I know what's being said. Bryke, if you have the chance, bud, can you message Mike and ask him if he's free today? I appreciate it. I was supposed to ask him, but I forgot to do that before I started the stream, so that's my fault. Thanks, bud. Thank you. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to put you on that task. but I forgot to message him I was supposed to do that. My bad. Okay, there we go. All right, that's pretty good. Now we just gotta clean up the arms. The legs are still kind of questionable, but I'm gonna just run with it for right now. We can always fix it up later because the main focus is just to make it look just nice for now, and then we can just whittle down whatever we need for right now. Because I don't really worry about the anatomy right away. I just try to get the overall pose open first, get the idea, and then we can whittle down whatever details. Because if you really think about it, proportions is ultimately as a layman's terms as like proportion, proportions is pretty much detail of placement and just overall look. So we'll get the look down and the placements correct in a bit. I just want to get the overall idea out first, and then we can move on to the next thing, and then we can make whatever changes we need to them later. If something feels off or something feels weird or not right, we can always make adjustments later. We don't have to do everything at once, and that's where I think a lot of beginners tend to fuck up. They tend to try to do everything at once in one sitting, and then they get burnt out, they feel overwhelmed, and they put more work trying to detail. They try to put more work in detailing than just, get the overall idea. You work big and you work your way down to small. You don't work small all the way to big. People tend to put the carriage in front of the horse way too much. Thank you so much, Bri. Thank you, bud. He'll answer pretty fast. He usually has his phone pretty close to him most of the time. Okay, there we go. Okay, she's over here. Gotcha. Alright. Give her a footing of floor right here for now. And then we're going to go to the next one. I'm going to make that a little bit more dramatic. That one's a little bit more conservative based on the drawing itself. So we'll make it work as we go. Let's save this. No one ever wait. My memories of dying days. Okay, let's see. Found the picture in your head. Okay, let me see. What's something more dramatic? Much more. I might do it upside down pose, probably. Okay, let's get something. Actually, okay, no, I'll add something to the roster. I'll add something to the roster in a second. I just thought of something that sounded way better. Let's see. Something a little bit more pizzazz. I never find it when I need it most, but whenever I'm not on stream, it just comes up. This one's a little bit more of a downwards pose, like this one. Can't wait to see it. Okay, oh, wait, the fade's going this way. Okay, or like this, or downwards. Okay, there we go. And then, okay. The neck about here, shoulders about here. Remember, I don't really worry about the overall idea I don't worry about the details or the accuracy right away. I just try to get like the idea first. It's like when you're thinking of like a story, you don't try to do all the details at the very beginning because you're gonna go crazy. So what you do is you just get like a very bare bones idea of something. So what you do is simplify it as much as possible. So I think a perfect example of something like this is like, I think I said yesterday, it's all about simplifying. And I was explaining this to a student. Make the idea simple as possible to explain. If you can't explain it in a few words, then it's too complex for a normie to take in. There are people who make exceptions to listen to something very complex at the very beginning, but most people, if you want them to be interested in your stories or your characters, you have to make it simplified for them to understand. They need to like look at it and say, "Oh, I get what that character is," or have at least an idea. You can flip it on their head, per se, depending on what you're trying to do, based on your writing or based on your character designs. You can make them think they're one, and they can act completely different. So that's pretty much what it is. So that's where you need to put in the idea of simplifying. And I think a lot of people tend to go crazy with the idea of trying to sound interesting because they think complex and insane is interesting. No. Something's complex and insane when you can actually understand it in a simplified way. And I think anime does this very well. And I think companies like Shonen Jump does this a lot. So like when they're putting out an anime or they're putting out like a manga, especially a manga specifically, the manga has to get to the point as fast as possible, because if it doesn't and it doesn't hook readers, they're not going to let it last. So you have to look at it that way. You can't just like, oh, it's gonna be so complex and awesome in the next 20 chapters. No, it's gonna be like it has to hit running almost the first 2 or 3. So it's like that. That's why a lot of animes you may have heard of gets axed, because they didn't get to the point or it just didn't hook readers the way it should. So that's a very important thing to keep in mind. Oh, for those who are asking the question why she's drawn like that, it's because it's for the Patreon. So if you guys are if you like these type of drawings, they're going to be pinup drawings. They're not going to be like NSFW insane stuff, no. But if you like pinup drawings per se, join the Patreon or the Buy Me a Coffee. They're both going to be the same price and same everything. They're going to get the same stuff, same posts. Not one's going to be over favored than the other. Till I know which one you guys like the most, then I'll focus on that platform the most, but it really depends. Or I'll just focus on both of them at the same time, I guess. I can do that. It's not like I have to pick one over the other. So, since they're going to be getting exactly the same shit, I'm just reposting the same stuff. I can just copy and paste what I said in the Patreon onto the Buy Me a Coffee. I always hate poses like this because everything is so foreshortened, and when it's foreshortened like this, it always gets to the point where it looks like it's a loaf of bread. I always hate this. I hate poses like this, but it's more dramatic enough for it to be like a top-down type thing. Look, your drawings are very nice. I hope you are in much better places. I wish I'm a better place, but I'm trying to work towards that place. But thank you. I appreciate the kind words. So I'm trying to put more of an effort to make more content. Oh, just to let you guys know, the Patreon's not only just for like me doing like drawing anime girls exclusively on there. It's also for support, so I can make these tutorials, because a lot of you want to learn how to draw. I already have 1 or 2 videos that's already out about learning how to draw. Okay, that's fine. I don't know if Bean is working. Is she working today? I'm pretty sure she is. I think she's only off on the weekends. I don't remember. I think she said that. Don't remember. I gotta check. Since he's busy, if Mike's busy, then we won't play game today. If Bean's busy, we're not gonna play game. We're gonna focus on doing artwork today and doing reactions, I guess. Per se. I hate these type of poses. Everything feels so like melted together to a degree. There are some names. I will be back if I reach them. Names? What do you mean? Gotta go. Okay, later, Emma. Okay, thank you. Thank you, bud. Thank you. So we gotta get this correct. This placement here. Okay, so like this. Yeah, probably the ass on the screen. Let me see here. And then curve this here like this. Like that. Alright. Now, the part here is that the body's looking like a weird loaf of bread. This is why I hate subtle poses. Because subtle poses can be, you have to be super accurate with subtle poses. And then with dramatic poses, you don't have to be as accurate. You still have to be accurate, but you don't have to be as accurate, because if it looks like a resembling thing, you can kind of get away with it if you're not paying too much attention to the details. But when it comes to drawings like this, it usually ends up in a situation where it looks too strange off. So I'm doing this for my patrons for right now, and I'll be posting this on Buy Me a Coffee. So I'm going to be coloring this and rendering this real quick, and then after that we're going to do the stickers that I have to go do of JJK. We got Sukuna and I think we're going to do Yuji and Sukuna chibi heads as the stickers for Redbubble. And then after that we're going to do the VTubing PNG model. Since Mike ain't going to be on today, we're not going to play video game. I could play Peak by myself, but I think that won't be as fun, so we're gonna not play it today. We'll play it when Mike is available next time. So that's what I'm gonna do today. And for those who are wondering when I'm gonna post my traditional art from yesterday, I will only post it when I'm out, when I'm not home. So that'll be pretty much tomorrow. I don't think I'm gonna be home tomorrow, so I'm just keeping that safe. So if I'm not home, I have something to post, so you guys don't have to wait for me to be on stream. You have some form of content you can look at or something. So like that. Okay, so the placement of the stomach is about here, and then the leg is about here. It's a gap here. There's like a negative space right here, but I don't know how to get that correct. Let's see here. Like that. And then the hand will be like here. And up there. Her knee, her foot will be about here. Or I think about here. Because she's looking up at us in this particular direction. So we gotta keep that in check. And we're not supposed to see everything from this angle. We're supposed to see some parts and some things overlapped. So we gotta keep that in mind. Okay. Let's see here. There are some names that will be back if I reach them. I'm not really sure of my jobs though. Here. I'm gonna clean this up a little bit more. It's always the back part that always pisses me off, because it never looks like it's ever in fruition, in unison with the actual drawing. It just feels like it's just kind of like there. So it's a pain in the ass. It's like that. So I guess kind of curve like this. Okay, so I'm gonna clean this up a little bit more, but I don't feel too confident with it. So I'm going to just make sure everything's in place. Let's erase stuff. Now it's a little bit wonky. You can obviously see it. So, and the head, I don't think it should be that big. The head is probably the closest thing to the camera. So I'm going to make it slightly smaller, but don't make it too big. It's the closest thing towards us because our camera angle is coming from top down. And because it's coming from a top down angle, our head is the closest thing, unless the arm is reached out, and then the hand will be the longest and the closest thing. But since both hands are down, we don't have to worry about that. Actually, this arm here needs to be foreshortened. I'm gonna grab this part. Hello. Hello, hello. Let's see here. Oh, the music stopped. Why did it stop? Okay. go.
Like 3 dirt bikes,
Like
an
that.
entire crew ready to make memories. Panoramic 24-inch display and confidence to push the limits. The all-new 2025 Ford Expedition. Always
Like
tell me
that.
before upper
Okay,
drive.
now the arm here is a little broken, so we need to fix that too. I would make this a bit smaller, like that, like that. Thank you for the follow. So like that. And press it there. All right, now I'm going to turn the drawing down. I'm gonna make, I think I need to make this part a little bit more foreshortened. Like that. Like here. I'm gonna clean her up a little bit. This one is not line art. Trust me, it's not the line art. I'm just trying to clean it up. And then we'll do the coloring process. Actually, no, we have to do this the fourth. Like, we need to get to the fourth pose. We'll do that in a second. Hello. This, and grab the hand, and then put the hand right here. Like that. Thank you for the follow. Okay. Yep, I'm using the computer. Okay, there you go. Now the head, I'm going to form it more better. Oh, the cranium, too big. It's okay, we can make that work. Like that. Make the ear a little more like this. Actually, better yet, I think that has a little scorched earth on that head. Let me see here. There we go. And then we'll grab this. We want a little more curve, a more tilt here. Okay. Okay. Curve this like this. And wrap this around to give us our point of direction. I'm going to put a little bit more emphasis on here. Shoulders are. We're going to foreshorten this part here. Okay. And then, oh, we gotta make it slanted a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Oh no. Well, since Brian ain't gonna be on, Brian, Mike is not gonna be on today. I was not gonna play, unless he is gonna be back on. Is he planning on getting on anyway? Okay, like that, and then. Okay, like that. And up here. Good. Hello. Hey, Lainey. What's going on? Okay. don't put a lot of stake when Bean says she's gonna be home soon. Me and her have a bad habit of not being 100% on that. But, what? Wait, he said, Bean asked when she should be home soon. Okay, well, when she, I don't know what time she's gonna be home because she's in Florida, so I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I don't think I have to worry about the time zone on that, per se. Okay. Oh, it touches the knee. Up there. Oh, shit. Like that. Okay. Oop. Okay, erase this. This. Okay. Okay. Nice, thank you. I'm so shocked. I just find it funny when you guys actually try to argue with my Nightbot. Okay. Now that that VR thing? What do you mean VR thing? What do you mean by VR thing? You're talking VR chat? Okay, get the foot about here. I'm gonna put the foot more back here. Oh, the V-tubing model. I made it, and I had someone rig it for me. I tried to rig it myself, that went left, but I've been putting more practice into that, so I may not need a rigger per se, but I'm still wet behind the ears. It's a tedious thing that you have to do, depending, which we're going to be working on today. We'll be working on this today. We'll be making a character out of this V-tubing PNG model. We'll do 3 males, and then we'll do 3 females. They're going to be chibi size, so they're not going to be big and, normal size. And then we're going to, once we're done doing what we're doing here, we're going to move on to the stickers and do Sukuna and Yuji. And then after that, we're done with that. We're going to go and do this little guy. And then if we have time, we will do some form studies here. But we'll come back to this last, if we have the time. So I'm trying to move fast as possible so we don't waste too much time on it. And I don't get like hyper focus on making everything look super clean. So I have a bad habit of doing that. Okay, then we get the hands. That. All right. Get rid of that. And then okay. And put the other foot about here. All right, that's fine. And we'll do one more, and then we'll move on, and then we'll do the coloring, or I'll make it into a character. I'm not sure yet. I'm so tired doing sitting poses. Oh. I already did a drawing like that before. I don't like doing the same poses like all the time. That pisses me off. I don't think that you learn anything from it. Okay, let's see. Ooh, this is dynamic. I can go with this one. Okay. What we'll do is... Okay, this one blue so I can see it better. Put this over here. I don't really need this open. Okay, let's put these under like this. Turn it down like this so you can see it better. All right, this one's gonna be interesting, but I'm gonna see if I can pull it off. I don't think I can, but I'm gonna see if I can. Okay, like that, up and then turn. Chin like this. Curve with the line of action, like that. And then what we'll do is work our way down that line to a degree, and we'll put the shoulder about here. And then over backwards just to relate. Breast is right here. Need to go right. Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay, like that. And I curve it like this. Okay, the hands are. Oh. Push this back. Okay. What are you doing? I am doing a drawing. Good afternoon. Hello. I'm doing a drawing for my patrons real quick. Might turn into a character, not sure yet, but we'll see. That. Let's get this cleaned up a little bit. Okay, curve this down.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running. That's why at Grainger, we're here for you. With professional-grade industrial supplies and fast delivery. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. For the ones who get it done.
Okay.
And enjoy just a bunch of hocus pocus.
No, God!
It really was the best deal I've gotten on the dark web.
No, God, please, no! 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 No!
If you didn't know, Hocus Pocus is very evil, and it casts magic spells that come through the TV and do evil things to your kids.
A worst case scenario is that you unleash hell on your kids.
Is not.
It grieves me, the thought of exposing our kids to darkness.
Letting their kids watch Hocus Pocus too.
I believe whatever
Excuse
comes
me?
on our TV screens, there are things attached to that. I've seen for myself the things that I've watched with my eyes or heard over a TV screen, they become manifested in real life.
Now, I don't know, if I was a parent today, I'd be more worried about my kids picking up a gambling addiction from XQC streams than Bette Midler turning them into gay frogs. Though it could be a possibility today. Of all the chemicals they put in the water, the original Hocus Pocus is now a classic to anyone over the age of 29. A film that was fun and unexpectedly good. I mean, it was in the age when Hollywood for some reason thought Pauly Shore was a comedic genius. And most comedy films at that time, or in the era I should say, stuck to the same formula of comedic tropes and beats that even as a kid, I was over at the time. And I had just discovered the joy of fart jokes. This video is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. Raid has taken over, and gaming will never be the same again.
Raid
is the
Shadow.
first game to bring
No!
true console level
He's
experience
fallen
to
into
your
the
phone,
trap.
with hundreds of artifacts to equip and over 600
He has
champions.
fallen
blessed
to this
with unique
Raid
skills.
Shadow Legends
Raid
lap.
just released a superpowered
No,
legendary
bro.
version of everybody's favorite champion, Death Knight. The whole Raid community has been waiting for this for a long time. And Ultimate Death Knight is everything we'd hoped for. Just look at him. Am I right, normal Death Knight?
Who said that?
Ultimate Death Knight has a solid kit that will help players progress through dungeons, Doom Towers, Clan, and Hydra battles.
Hey everybody, Death Knight here to tell you all about the Death Knight Hunt event. Raid's giving away Ultimate Death Knight, a champion that was supposed to be an upgraded version of me, but turns out is totally not. Just a new awesome legendary champion. So I guess just log in and play 7 times between now and October 27th, and Ultimate Death Knight is yours. Great, enjoy. Enter the promo code DKRises for a ton of free items.
It's so weird when they do these
Instantly upgrade Ultimate
commercials
Death
and
Knight
they
to
get
level
like
50,
aged
5-star
because, well, you
ascension,
can't
or
like
whatever. I don't care.
get rid of
Back
them.
to you.
That's so
Absolutely love his energy. He's got a lust for life, much like I do. And this month, Raid has just released a giant new feature, Awakening,
sad.
in a brutal new dungeon, the Iron Twins Fortress. If you're good enough to take down the Iron Twins, you'll see a huge payoff. Being able to awaken your champions. Awakening your champions lets you choose a powerful blessing that can transform how they perform in battle. This whole feature adds an entirely new level of depth and strategy to the game. There's seriously never been a better time to get started. And if you haven't started playing Raid yet, click my link in the description or scan my QR code and you'll get a unique bonus worth $30. We're talking free epic champion Rector Draft, 200k silver, 1 energy refill, 1 XP boost, and 1 ancient shard. So you can summon awesome champions as soon as you get in the game. And all of these treasures will be waiting for you here. Case in point, in this day and age, all American animation looks like Tumblr art. Because companies think it's trendy, hip, and cool. It's also cheap as hell. But overall, the quality is crap and it yields very little returns. That's why Cartoon Network just got the plug pulled by Warner Brothers and David Zaslav. I see people on Twitter right now ring, but let's be real here. When has Cartoon Network done something good in recent memory? And if it was that good, it wouldn't have been unplugged. That means it's not making money. You know, the idea of get woke, go broke, well, apparently it's true. Let's get back on point. It's obvious that Hocus Pocus 2 is a children's film. The original was free of any political grandstanding or social commentary. That's what made it charming. It was a story that took you away from the world in which you lived and brought you into the troubles of this version of Salem. The new Hocus Pocus forgets this quite quickly and starts off by changing the lore from the original movie. There will be no mention of the devil or the fact that the witches sold their souls, as the little sister mentioned near the end of the first film.
Beautiful again forever.
It doesn't matter how young or old you are. You sold your soul. You're the ugliest thing that's ever lived, and you know it.
Damn.
These themes could be seen as too triggering for modern audiences or too gay.
On your kids.
Oh, by the way, the Sanderson sisters weren't just evil. They were pushed into becoming witches.
Oh my
because of
God.
The patriarchy.
To marry John Richard.
There we go.
Allow me a moment to reconsider.
Yes, of course.
Yep, rise on that.
No.
How dare thou say so? She cannot speak that way to a man.
The origin story that Disney decided to come up with is bad. Like Cruella de Vil bad. You know, when Cruella hates Dalmatians because a Dalmatian killed her mother. Talk about creative writing, am I right? In the original
Yeah, that
film,
was
the witches
weird.
got their Gomorrah from Satan himself. Yeah, the 90s were an edgelord paradise.
Mm-hmm.
And Disney was going through its renaissance. Now we live in the dismal Disney dark age, where everything is up for a reboot or reimagining or whatever else you can think of. God help us all. Hocus Pocus 2 tries to follow a similar story beat as the original, but it falls flat. The characters they established have no adversity other than who's going to whose party. The film even has Tom Hale from Arrested Development, arguably one of the last great modern comedies we ever had. This movie didn't know how to utilize a great character actor like him. And it's sad, and at times,
There you go.
very cringy.
Remember when Cassie would bring like 10 flashlights with us?
Oh God.
Did you say that?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Now that's comedy.
And I know that this man can deliver a great and funny character when the material that he's working with is good. That's just not the case with Hocus Pocus 2. Also, the curse was broken in the first film, so there shouldn't even be a sequel to begin with. But here we are, Dismal Disney scraping the bottom of the barrel to pump out content on Disney Plus like a jaded YouTuber reading news articles 7 times a day, baby. By the time you're 20 minutes into the film, of course the patriarchy comes up.
What? That's it? It's your birthday. You can't just come in here for one Christmas like it's any old Tuesday. You know, legend has it, it's on the 16th birthday that a witch gets her powers.
And like most legends, I'm assuming that's based in some sort of patriarchal fear of female.
Oh my fucking. Oh my God. You know, there's a saying that they say, you become what you hate, right? You know, like in the 90s and 80s, Christians was pretty much hated a lot because they was just with their Bible thumping. Now, the people who don't like Christianity is the same people Bible thumping their own religion upon their own man-made religion. Like, it's just like, oh my brother, this guy stinks. Like, oh my God, can we not? Right? Bro, like, that's equivalent, that's the same energy as, what's his name? Jaden Smith. When he said he doesn't want to talk about, like, young people stuff. He wants to talk about the economical problems in the world. Like, who the fuck wants to sit there and talk about that? Like, no. No, bro. What the fuck?
That too.
Just like a woman.
And then you see what I was saying earlier about political grandstanding and social commentary that mirrors our times.
Everything is sexist, everything is racist, everything is homophobic, and you have to point it all out.
Why?
Fun, am I right? The girls
I don't
also
want
give
to.
a little
I'm not
smile
gonna do
like
that.
it was a savage dunk on society. By the time you're 28 minutes into this cringe fest we call a movie that's completely and utterly unbearable, I would rather literally crash my motorcycle on a racetrack than watch this film. As soon as the Sanderson sisters are introduced, there's a musical number.
Did they sing before?
Can't stop watching them.
Oh, God.
It's basically Elton John's The Bitch Is Back. The only way you recognize this song is if you're gay, you're into drag culture, or you're me. And some would argue all three.
This is funny. He's gay.
I don't know if this is supposed to be a kid's film or a movie made for middle-aged gay people. By the way,
I don't know about this. Like, okay, I don't remember in the first movie. Was there singing in the first movie? Wasn't there singing in the first movie? I don't remember. It's been such a long time. I do not remember if there was singing in the first movie. I feel like there was no singing. I could be stupid. But I don't know. I'm just going to give it some time to just sit there because I don't want TikTok to have an aneurysm based on the words that was just said. So I'm going to let that sit a little bit. Right. Because I don't have a network anymore, so I don't want to piss them off. Okay. I thought so. Alright, so I got this in. Hold on. I'm going to play it again, don't worry. It's just that I just wanted to pass some time on that because I don't want TikTok saying I'm saying evil things when nothing was evil said. Yeah. It's been a good fucking minute. Good fucking minute. Didn't he, yeah, he said there was no need for a sequel because weren't they just defeated completely? Like, there's no point in defeating them, per se. Huh. Anyway, I'll play in a second.
This is just one of maybe 2 or 3 musical numbers, and it just makes you wonder why. But I'd wager that Bette Midler still has stock in Disney. She probably threw her weight around, demanding more musical numbers. Oh my god, I'm gonna speedrun this, okay? Hocus Pocus 2 is a movie that is 25 years too late, and it suffers from Anchorman 2 syndrome, where everyone who did care no longer
cares
or is interested. And the people that are interested will see this and realize that the sequel is nothing more than a failed cash grab in hopes to catch lightning in a bottle twice. But they decided to strike when the iron was more than cold. It was rusted and sitting in a garage for 30-some years. Everything about this film has lost its charm. In the first film, the hero was a kid from out of town named Max, who wasn't special, didn't have magic powers. Within minutes of the original film, you see him get robbed for his shoes. Then he has to deal with an annoying younger sibling. We can all relate.
Serenity now!
Whom later he's willing to sacrifice his own life to save hers. Not to mention the other cast of characters were endearing. Like, what was it, Binks the cat? Come on! Hocus Pocus 2 has none of that. It's been so much time trying to set up the characters that you take so little interest in. The female lead is painted as on the ball, cool under pressure, and quick-witted. My God,
Marvel.
The black girl's literally Maverick from Top Gun. And she later becomes a white witch. And she defeats the Sanderson sisters.
That's a white witch.
She becomes powerful just like that. Boom! She has magic powers. Because she just turned 16. And that's pretty much it. She's gifted her powers. She doesn't have to do any training. Very Rey from Star Wars, honest to God. And the loyal
they don't learn from this.
Leaves Winfred or Winfrey, who cares what her name is anymore? I can't remember. To go to the new girl. This book spent literally 300 plus years trying to bring this woman back from the dead. And then the book is like, nope, you did one spell I didn't like. I'm leaving you. I'm going with her. By the way, let's do a compare and contrast. I can't remember the lead girl's name because she's just that forgettable. And I'm not trying to be mean, but they left no impression. Max, on the other hand, had a huffy bicycle. That was his magic power. Do you see the difference of the hero's journey?
Thank you.
Even in a children's film, it shows you how far Disney's bar for excellence has fallen. Where literally, I can look back at a film that came out 20 some odd years ago and find characters endearing and remember their names. And I just watched both of these films, by the way, back to back. The male characters in this movie, and I mean all of them,
are stupid,
are dim-witted, or shockingly stupid, and cowardly.
See, why would we want to hang out with people that just make fun of us?
I don't make fun of you guys.
Yeah, you call us witches and say that we're weird.
Yeah, because you hang out in magic stores and always carry around colorful rocks. And I think it's weird, but I don't make fun of you guys.
Isn't that the very essence of making fun of someone? Like, you do weird things, and I point it out, and I also find it funny, but I'm not making fun of you guys. It's like, ain't that what that is? What is this? Oh, okay, a white witch is a good witch, okay. So, isn't that like another word for that? Isn't that called sorceress? Or that's the same thing? I don't know. That's probably the fucking same thing. I don't play enough D&D to know.
Hear yourself? Okay, pointing out people's differences and saying that they're weird is making fun of them.
You don't know.
Did you, really not know that?
Oh, did not know that.
Stop, brothers and sisters! Don't worry. We're here to help.
Yeah, you're a little late for that.
They're gone? Oh, thank God.
Oh my God.
Oh, please. Because me and luck will stumble upon the village idiots.
The black dude making it his life's mission to bring back the witches who eat children made little to no sense. On top of that, there's a continuity error where Winfred, whatever, said that only witches can read the book, right? The Gomorrah. So how was this black dude able to get the book to help him to make a new black flame candle to bring the sisters back to life.
Oh, hello.
If only witches can read and use the book. Well, listen, it makes a lot of sense
If you don't think about it.
don't think about it,
Mhm.
partner. Hocus Pocus 2 has all the tropes you'd expect
Don't
from a
think about
modern
it.
adaptation with a female lead. She's smarter than everyone else, has no real adversity, and by the end of the film, she gains fantastic powers with little to no effort. I guess someone in the writing room looked at this and said to themselves, hold on, this is a little cliche. So they added the throwaway line at the end of the film, power is meant to be shared, so then they share power. Ah,
What?
power.
Oh my
Well,
god.
Obviously, you guessed it, our heroines defeat the Sanderson sisters this time for good, by the way, because last time it didn't count. But the end credits hint to another black flame candle,
God,
so
bro.
I wouldn't rule out another bad movie if Disney thinks they can sniff out a few more subscriptions for Disney Plus next year. Overall, I could take this film apart on multiple different levels, but I don't want to be sitting here for an hour. I'm not Mahler. There's only so much one man can take. If I were to give this film a rating from 1 to 5, I'd give it 2.1 snorts
dude.
out of 5.
I actually don't like
Frankly, I felt Hocus Pocus was kind of bad. I mean, there were points that weren't incredibly horrible. I think I preferred She-Hulk. So that's scary.
That's horrible. I want to ask something.
Let's all
And what
this
is your
today.
question?
Go away now. Wait a minute. That's not the right accent. I think I turned into Scrooge McDuck.
Oh shit.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. And we print must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few or a few thousand, we print on everything so that customers can go from noticing your brand to falling in love with it. Right now, new customers can get 20% off with code NEW20. Because if
I don't
you
think
need
it's
it,
all that difficult. You just need to know what your target audience is and how well versed you are in that target audience. That's all that really matters. If you do that, then you can get the 1,000 pretty fast. You know, I mean fast, like less than a month, or probably in 2 months, or less, depending on what you're doing. That really depends on what you're trying to convey to your said audience. But that's only up to you and how much time you have to post and all that shit. What is this? Wait, where the fuck? Oh. Wait, what? Wait, what? Okay.
we print.
I don't know. Will Smith. Oh man.
Now there might be some old heads watching this video that get mad about what I say about Will Smith because, you know, they grew up with Will Smith. But before I completely tear into the man's cause, I gotta give respect where respect is due. You know, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air is before my time when it came out, but I still watched it as a kid. I know everyone loves the show, but DJ Jazzy Jeff and Will Smith were the first ever, you know, group. You know, Jazzy Jeff being the producer, DJ, Will Smith being the rapper. The first ever Grammy Award for rap when it was a category in 1989 went to DJ Jazzy Jeff and Will Smith. And usually, like, rappers from the 90s, when they retire, they don't come
No
back.
problem.
And when they do, we don't listen to that because it's just not good. Like the whole hip, the hop, the hippity hopper, don't stop it, the hip, hippity. Like, I'm good off that. You know, the ABC,
Yeah, I think so.
1, 2, 3 rap, the boom bap. It doesn't work now.
I think
and I know I
really,
said
like,
90s,
look at
my
it,
fault. I know y'all gonna get on my ass, the old heads, late 80s, early 90s. The shit is bad, bro.
Was scared like hell, but I got away. That's why I'm here talking to you today. I was outside of my school shooting up the rock. Crowd of people gathered around listening to my box. It was me, the E, the A, and the R. Then I slipped away to make a phone call.
Now, don't get me wrong, bro. Will Smith got some hits, you know, Get Jiggy With It and Summertime, bro. You know, you can still bump those to this day, but that's about it to me.
Getting jiggy with it.
Oh well.
Getting jiggy with it.
That beat on Summertime is iconic, though. I can't even lie.
And think of the summers of the past. Adjust the bass and let the alpine.
I don't know what it is, but hearing this song now, I kind of think of, I don't know if anyone else, anyone who's next to my age, played Sonic Adventures. Your Sonic Adventure 2 with Knuckles' like levels sounded similar to this. I just now noticed how much that sounds so much like Knuckles' levels. What the hell? That's crazy.
And in one of these rap Reddit pages, they would ask, Will Smith was huge in his time, but no one respects him as a rapper. Why? Someone said he was doing bubblegum rap, that's why. Do you know his songs? They are about problems like my parents bought me a shirt in the wrong color. I could definitely see him saying that.
What? Wow. What? How to sum that up? Wow. Relatable, I guess. My parents bought me the wrong shirt in the wrong color. My life is hard. Oh my god. I can't. That's just funny. What the fuck? What the fuck?
The song, my parents bought me a shirt in the wrong color, but someone else would reply to that Reddit post and say because he wasn't a good rapper. And I'm gonna have to agree with that one. But he's a top tier Hollywood extravagant actor, and that's the thing about Will Smith, and that's his reputation he did have.
I'm sorry.
He's this nice, amazing actor. Everyone loved him until he showed the world that night at the Oscars when he slapped Chris Rock that he's the most quick man alive in this world ever. And I don't think enough people talk about how he laughed at Chris Rock's joke.
Jada, I love you. G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see it. All right?
This motherfucker Will is laughing it up like he just heard the funniest joke ever, bro. And he's probably gripping her bald ass head in the bedroom anyway. But when someone else talks about it, it's a problem. And they had the look of disgust, you know, and then, you know, it went on a little more. She probably told Will, hey, Pac probably would have done something. Pac would have went up there and did something.
Oh my
Are you ever jealous of the love Jada had for Tupac? Yeah.
So that's what Will was, you know, thinking, oh shit, that's probably why you love Pac more than me. And he crashed out on Chris Rock. And he lost.
He said he grabbed her. He said he grabbed her big old head too. I can't go back.
I don't think enough people talk about how he laughed at Chris Rock's joke.
Jada, I love you. G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see it. All right?
This motherfucker Will is laughing it up like he just heard the funniest joke ever, bro. And he's probably gripping
That's
her ball.
that's the weirdest part about that whole thing. When they cut it to him, dude was already laughing. That's the weirdest part about that whole thing. Right? Like, he was sitting there, he heard what he said, and he was laughing. Then he just got up. It makes it more funny, but strange at the same time. It's a very strange thing. It's like, it's so weird. That's so weird. That's so weird.
Ass head in the bedroom anyway, but when someone else talks about it, it's a problem. But then you already know Jada had the look of disgust, you know, and then, you know, it went on a little more. She probably told Will, hey, Pac probably would have done something. Pac would have went up there and did something.
Are you ever jealous of the love Jada had for Tupac? Yeah.
So that's what Will was, you know, thinking, oh shit, that's probably why you love Pac more than me. And he crashed out on Chris Rock. And he lost the respect of everybody that night. No one.
That was I'm not gonna lie to you. His reputation was kind of fucked, but the day Will Smith died was the day he slapped Chris Rock. Like, every type of respect, any type of, like, loss of respect for this man was completely evaporated, like this. Like, remember, at first, we felt bad for this dude, right? We didn't even, like, make fun of him like that. Some people did, and they used his meme, but that was only because you felt bad for him, right? But once he walked up on Rock and slapped him across the face, and then, like, it went out the window for me. Like, I didn't really like Will Smith. I kind of just saw him as, like, okay, he's that actor who does really well. He has very good characters. He can pretty much do his thing, blah, blah, blah. he's not in any bad movies per se. Nothing I can like complain about. Even from Sushi Squad and all that stuff. Like I had no problem with Will Smith like that. I had a problem with Will Smith when this dude not only was trying to defend his wife for the nonsense she was doing, but he in a way told his son that this was okay. And that's where the problem comes in for me. But other than that, like when he walked up on him and slapped him across the face, I'm like, dude, are you serious? You slapped the wrong person. If anyone needs a good like plunging in the face, it's that bald woman you have over there. But hey, hey, I'm just saying.
More after that.
Will Smith has been hiding the fact of who he really is, and it was exposed that night. He's really an asshole.
And there was a lot of people saying Will Smith couldn't bounce back from this. Will Smith has cemented himself as the biggest asshole in Hollywood. And in a Reddit post talking about the slap from 3 years ago, which the fact that this was 3 years ago was insane. Where did the time go? Someone would reply to the post and say, Will Smith assaulting someone on live TV and suffering no legal persecutions further pushed the public away from Hollywood.
Okay, what I'm gonna do with the drawing here, I'm going to save this, but I have something in mind I want to try. So this is going to be for the Patreon. I'm going to do this outside of the stream because I can't go any more further because it's going to cause trouble. So I'm going to do one other drawing that I kind of wanted to do real quick before I go do this, the coloring of the sticker real quick. Something I want to just try out real quick while we're watching this, so you guys will be distracted from that anyway. So
worship. This is why the Oscars keep losing viewers. So that brings me to 2025 Will Smith. Why are we talking about Will Smith in 2025? Well, here's why. He's going through a midlife crisis. He took a 3-year hiatus from the 2022 slap at the Oscars. Was thinking everyone would forget about it. This is the bounce back. Now he's trying to rap again. He has a song that goes by the name Pretty Girls. He just posted it to his YouTube channel. And this song is gayer than being gay.
What's that, son? What the hell? What the hell was that? What the hell? What the fuck did I just saw? What the hell? Yeah, it is very cringe. You're not gonna lie, it's very cringe. I'm not gonna lie. What the fuck?
It's honestly so bad. He's doing more harm to his reputation than he needs to be doing, man. It's bad. So at this point in 2025, Will Smith's reputation is cooked. It's fried bacon. It's gone. No one cares about Will Smith anymore. If you ask me who the corniest man alive is in 2025,
that was wild. What I just saw. I think we saw his son in the dress.
And in a Reddit talking about this crappy song, I Like Pretty Girls, the replies were ruthless, as you could bet. The fresh cuck of Bel Air. Someone saying this is Kids Bop for adults. And someone else even saying, is this part of the bounce back? Yikes. So prior to dropping this horrible, shitty excuse of a song, he would go on Lyrical Lemonade and drop a freestyle that everyone is making fun of. Everybody.
This is the bounce back.
I wonder what would happen. I think what would have saved his career if he did a... Hear me out. This is what I think would have probably helped him, or at least get him back on track to a degree. May not have, fully saved his image, but I think this would have helped. If Will did a movie about getting divorced or getting cheated on, right? He capitalizes on the idea of him being cheated on and then telling young boys or young men not to fall into this very thing that has happened to me type situation. I think that would have been a more better message to do than talking about him. I think that would have been better because that's what we're all associating that to him anyway, whether he's doing anything or trying to do everything, right? So I think he should have did a movie because they did this with oh my god, what is his name? Liam Neeson, when he made some type of racist rant or something like that about, I think, minorities, and he got canceled. So his so-called comeback, per se, his so-called comeback was he made a movie about a man that he's playing as saving two minorities from cartels or something like that. He's befriending and saving both I think a mom, or I think it was a sister. I think it was a mom and her son from the cartel, both minorities. And I think people actually like the movie. I think it did pretty well. I don't think it did like box office but it did a lot better than it was suspected to do, right? So wouldn't it have been best if he just did a movie about infidelities and stuff like that, and how bad that can lead to someone's like downfall? If you made a movie on that, capitalize on that, I think that would have did a better message. And then we will look at Will's like, okay, he's addressing the issue. He's not only addressing it, he's also, per se, sending a positive message to young boys not to put yourself in toxic relationships like this, because it can lead bad in your behalf. I think that would have been a better message, instead of him doing rapping and pretending like nothing happened. And I think that's where the problem really stems. When he pretends, when you deal with someone who pretends that nothing's wrong, when you obviously know there's something wrong, or they obviously know they fucked up, but they're not addressing it, that's a person you don't want to deal with, because that's where anything goes only when it benefits them, and when it doesn't benefit them, they just pretend nothing's wrong. That's a high narcissist level of nonsense, right? Like, I'll use an example. Let's use myself. I get in arguments sometimes with my mods all the time, specifically the female ones, because they always have like an idea, and then when I don't want to go with the idea, or the idea doesn't really click well, per se, it can sometimes lead to an argument, right, or a disagreement. And sometimes those arguments can get pretty heated, but that's only happening between personal and good friends, right? So that comes in play into that, right? So when things are being said, whether they're vicious or they're just kind of rude, it is your job and my job, specifically me, because they're trying to help me out. So what I'm trying to do is keep what we're trying to do intact, of not veering off from the target audience, right? So when those so-called arguments happen, it is my job as the focal point to apologize and make it known to not only to the person that I'm saying it to, but to the others, because they're in the group with us as we're talking, because we're doing like a Discord meeting, right? So when it gets argumentative, or it gets to a point where we're yelling at one another, it is my job, whether I like it or not, to say I'm sorry, or say maybe I should have handled that differently. You know what I'm saying? Because that shows a sense of humility. It shows a sense of care. It shows a sense of leadership. It shows a sense of having a backbone and knowing how to take criticism, or at least trying to take it without, totally disregarding what the other person has said. So that's where you don't want to, because that makes things awkward when you just literally pretend like nothing's happened when things has happened, right? Obviously, like something tragic or traumatic or something very problematic has happened, right? But with Will's case, he says and claims that he says sorry, but he does shit that proves that he's either not sorry, or he pretends like he never said sorry at all, or it's not big of a deal, which it is, because this is going to forever follow him. And the more he keeps pretending like this doesn't, or it's not that big of a deal, or it shouldn't be addressed, or he doesn't come off apologetic. He just comes off like, I'm just saying it because I got caught, because I'm Will Smith, because everyone's talking shit. Because let's be honest, if Will Smith ran up on Chris Rock and slapped him across the face, and we all made fun of Chris Rock and just that, and everyone said that Will did the right thing, this bro would never have said sorry. Let's just call it for what it is. He would have never said sorry. at all. He wouldn't be doing this right now. If anything, if Will did this, right, and got accolades for doing what he did to Chris Rock, people say Will's back. People say Will's got his backbone back or whatever he got. Is like I'm saying, people will see him in a positive light, so that will make him more belligerent towards people and start hitting people like that, right? It will cause a behavior that will lead to a much worse, outcomes. But because it didn't go the way he thought it would, because he was crying up on the thing, because he thought if he was cried and say what he had to say, therefore he'll get away with it. No. And because of that, he has to do shit like this. Actually, him doing this is making things worse. And people are finding him corny. People are finding him fake. People are finding him not all that, like, fun to watch. And the more you kind of see him, he's like, it's like the fun uncle or aunt. But, like, what happens is that fun uncle, aunt, or cousin, or even grandma or grandpa, when they stay a little too long, then they are expected to become a bit annoying. It's like that. Now he's that uncle that kind of, like, fucked up his life, and he's trying to be cool with the kids. But every time he does stuff, it just comes off cringy, corny, or very fake, or just, like, you just shake your head and say, bro, what are you doing? Like, it's not that deep. Like, what are you doing? Like, what the fuck?
Watch Will, y'all. This is the bounce back.
This is indeed not the bounce back I was looking forward to, and this is not the bounce back at all. Will Smith, you need to bounce back fucking home and never come outside again and straighten Jaden Smith out, please.
Please beat this Mill. Please, he needs a severe beating. I'm sorry. I have to say it. This specific Jaden Smith needs a beating. A severe one. I just like don't. Such an ass. Like he needs one. He needs it. He has never gotten one. Like shit. He's so annoying. He says stupid shit and then he does stupid shit. And it's not like funny stupid shit. Okay, there are 2 celebrity children. There are 2 Nepo babies that need severe beating. It is Jaden Smith. He is in second. But the number one, and I'm saying this with bravado, and I don't give a fuck who says this. The number one Nepo baby who needs a severe thrashing, they need ass to belt, is King. T.I.'s son. That motherfucker needs ass to belt. He is fucking annoying. There is no reason for him to be acting the way he does and be rich the way he is. That is bullshit. It's bullshit. I am dead serious. That boy needs a severe beating. I swear. Take that phone away from him. And what's wild, he has children. Someone had babies with this idiot. Like, what the fuck?
God, like, can we talk about like the political and economic state of the world?
Oh my fucking.
People ask me how I do it. I just bite off more than I can chew. Then I chew it. I pulled the pin out the grenade on purpose when I threw it.
I pulled the pin out the grenade.
You forgot about him? No, I can't outrun this idiot. I always find him on Twitter or I find him on YouTube. Somehow he's always doing some crazy, insane hood shit. I'm like, bro, you don't have to do this. Your father is T.I. He has money. Use his money to get to a better place in life. You have money, you have status, you have fame, you have fortune, you have literal like influence. Use that influence to better your life or others, right? You don't have to better others. I don't think you should force people to better people's lives or even the world. But better your life, at least. That's the minimum I will say. You don't have to be like saving the world. You don't have to be trying to cure cancer. You don't need to do all that shit. I don't think that shit makes any sense. Hey, Bob. I didn't get to see your picture. Actually, I'm gonna read your thing while we watch this. Thank God you're in here. Thank God you came in here. I was supposed to look at that anyway. So thank God for coming in. I will look at that in a second. Actually, I might even give you some information now. Yeah, be an actor, a doctor, be a lawyer. You don't have to be anything in the entertainment industry. Just use your money, go to college, do something with your life. You have millions, so you don't have to worry about like struggling like that. You don't have to worry about that. Go to college, get the best degrees. Go into medical. If you don't want to go to medical, go be a lawyer. If you don't want to be a lawyer, be a tech person. If you don't want to be a tech person, I don't know, be something. But you trying to mimic the whole hood mentality thing is fucking weird, bro. That shit is weird as hell. Like it's like you're skin suiting, bro. Stop skin suiting. That is weird as shit.
To do any damage, you gotta pull out the fucking pen. Who just throws a grenade for fun? Stop pulling out the pen.
And even though I'm an action star, sometimes I'm an actor.
Alright, Will Smith, now you're scaring me. I'm concerned for your mental health right now, because what the shit is this, bro? Really, like, what is this, man? What are you going through in life to where you gotta come out of retirement? No one asked for this, by the way. No one's asking Will Smith, oh, please unretire and come back to rap. That's some crazy shit to even come out of someone's mouth. If they did say something like that, I would put them in the mental hospital for saying that. Will Smith, you need to go there too. What is this? You even had Ari Spears, a pretty famous comedian. He was going in on Will Smith, and was some of the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life.
You're not gonna leave here without coming out. The most
He's a gangster. His name is Clarence. He has two parents. No, he's a gangster. He's like, his name is Clarence. He has two parents. He lives in a gay community, and he goes to like a very like prestigious school. What are you talking? He's not about that life. You're not about that life. You're not about that life.
cringiest shit in rap right now, which is I'm an action star. Sometimes I'm an actor.
You haven't heard the latest about his diss track against Chris Rock? I heard about it. I didn't actually, like, I saw the headline, but I didn't actually watch it. He said something about I'm gonna get enraged when you disrespect me on the stage. You best believe
I'll
come up on the stage.
Yeah.
You talking crazy out your face up on the stage and disrespect me on the stage. Expect me on the stage.
Yeah, I didn't even talk about the Chris Rock diss.
I'm not gonna lie. He rhymed stage twice. Bro, he rhymed the word stage twice. I gotta read Bob's thing. Hold on.
Yeah, but yeah, he rhymed stage 3 different times. Which is crazy that he's dissing Chris Rock in a rap song after his failed rap career. Can we say failed rap career for Will Smith? Yes, he had some hits, but bro, he's a better actor than he ever was a rapper. And he's dissing Chris Rock after apologizing.
That's what I'm saying. He's a better actor than he is a rapper. That's most people know him for anyway. Even when he was doing his safe rap back in the 90s, people mostly associated you more with the whole, like, you know, the acting thing. So I would have, like I said before, I would have associated him with more to, or at least tell him to go down the road of, like, if you're going to want to reinvent yourself, you should have did like a movie role that talks about this very thing that people are like trying to, what the fuck? People are trying to make fun of you for. That's what I would do, but, you know.
Just a big fat hypocrite.
Even though I'm an action star, sometimes I'm an actor. Get the out of here. That shit garbage.
Took the pin out the grenade and I threw it. Sometimes I'm an action star. That means I'm an actor. Get the out of here. Give me Vanilla Ice.
Nah, bro, the action star. I'm an actor. That's too funny, bro. And I really think the funniest part about it is Will isn't trolling at all. He's being dead serious, and he thinks he's spitting some bars.
That was garbage.
I don't know what phase of life this is for Will Smith. Whatever it is, though, he's gotta kick the cup. Just give up. At this rate, he's embarrassing himself at a high rate of speed, and it's doing irreversible damage.
How old is he? 56. Why are you doing that?
You're 56?
I bite off more than I could chew. And I chew it.
This is the bounce back.
Who's your PR person, bro? Who told you this was a good idea? Like, I would fire them. Who's your manager? I would fire the shit out of your manager. Oh my god. This was not a good idea. Whoever talked you into, like, doing this was an idiot. Oh my god. Let me see what he said. He said... That was a lot. He did send a lot. Let me see. I can't see the photos. I gotta do it on the phone. Fuck, I gotta do this through the phone. Alright, I'll have to answer your question, Bob, after the stream then. I'll do it right after the stream. Because there's pictures that are being blocked because you have to use the phone. So I will respond to that because I don't want to just read it and then I have to figure out in my head what you're trying to show me when I can probably see it. So, yeah. I just realized that. Okay, hold on. I don't know, man. The day Will Smith died was when you ran up on a... The day you died is when you slapped a man. Isn't that funny? Hold on. Okay, there we go. Okay, it's an old leg pose I've sent. It's nothing much. Okay. Is it the same one with the... I said to exaggerate? It's the same one or something different? I can't see it, so I'm just asking. Because, like, I'm using the computer, so I can't just see it from the computer, which is fucking stupid. Because if I can see it from the phone, I should see it from the computer. Okay. So I'll look at it after the stream, I promise. I don't know, man. James Gunn, Superman is have me.
Can you believe these aren't her real teeth? Aspen Dental's dentures are custom, natural looking, and secure. And right now, you can get 25% off dentures. Come in and see what your new smile could be. Book your Aspen Dental appointment today.
Wawa has your late night craving. Freshly made burgers, pizza, and so much more. You got a Wawa.
Anthony, what do you think the secret to bold acting is?
The secret to bold acting is just giving them a little bit of that.
It's a bold off bet. Skylar, Nathan, whoever wins gets a role in the sequel to Superman, and the two people that lose will be kicked out of the DCU forever. You are out. 3, 2, 1, go! Bald. Anthony, who's the favorite?
I gotta say, Beck does have a leg up.
Nick doesn't seem to understand that even though you're bald, you still have ears. That's a negative.
What? Okay.
Superman is a film, and that's the best way to describe it. It's a film mired by so many factors. One, it's a James Gunn movie, so if you've seen one of his superhero films, you've seen them all. Two, superhero fatigue, people's expectations, the retarded political landscape we find ourselves in, where many Americans are fighting a digital war from the comfort of their home to appear holier than thou.
Democracy basically means government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are the target.
And immediately didn't help
I had
at
to
all
turn it down,
with this powder keg of chronic adult onset autism.
James Gunn says Superman is about an immigrant that came from other places and how we've lost the value of basic human kindness. Yes, it's about politics. For all the
Oh my god, didn't someone make this prediction that was also going to be about? Oh shit.
and biblical, Superman has always been political. So what? These guys were immigrants that came from other places too. And we saw what they did, y'all. We're not kidding about how anti-Israel and pro-Palestine that Superman movie was. And they were not slick with it at all. Spill the tea, girl. What happened? Spoilers ahead.
Brilliant observations from society's best and brightest.
James Gunn's brother was also in the mix promoting Superman, and also he was part of writing or some crap. God only knows what he's there for.
It is exactly what the movie is about, I think, that like we support our people, you know?
Oh yeah, I forgot. He puts his brother in, I think, all his movies or some shit. I keep forgetting that he's related to him. That's the weirdest part. That is so weird. Like, the actor who plays that one character from Guardians of the Galaxy that hangs out with the dog from Guardians of the Galaxy, I forgot what it's called. Cosmo, I think. He's James Gunn's brother, like legitimate real brother. They're blood brothers. He is the brother of the director who made Guardians of the Galaxy 1, 2, and 3. I'm like, bro, that feels so weird to say out loud because I'm like, are you here because you can act, or are you here because your brother is like literally the director? Makes you think. If you want for me to draw, it's the connection of the hips and legs that I struggle with. Oh, let me see. This reminds me of how much mumble rappers disrespect the old school rappers like Eminem, 50 Cent. Yeah, they do it way too much, and then what's funny because like people like J. Cole says it all the time. He sees these new rappers and they just don't know what they're doing, or they don't know how to give respect. And then when he tells them, or at least gives them a heed warning to be careful of like that ignorance that you have, and give respect to people who came before you, they don't think it's important because like this is always how it's been. So they don't have that initiative to do it. And that's the problem with virtually everything when something becomes normalized, because once it becomes normalized, the people who fought for that particular thing is never remembered ever again, or they're not respected because it's not happening current time. It's like kids today. They believe the internet was always here. So when people like me who lived a little before the internet time, before the internet became really the internet, like I think the internet was around like late 80s, early 90s, or I lived mid 80s. But I was born in the 90s. But like to me, the internet didn't really take off till like the early 2000s. Like literally, like took off. I'm not talking about AOL where you have to be on the same line as your parents when they pick up the phone and kicks you off the internet, or X, Y, and Z. I'm talking about when like the internet became more easy to use, when in the 2005s all the way to the 360 era, the Facebook era, you know what I'm saying, the Twitter era, all these eras for between I think 04 all the way to like 09. I think that's where the internet really took off, and really like it felt more easy to like just jump onto that, right? That's what it felt to me. And then 2010, that's where everyone's just kind of know how the internet works at this point. So like kids now who are being born in this time in the 2020s, I guess you can say, they're gonna be under the impression that the internet was always there, like how us as kids always grow up with cars, right? There's cars around, so that's not something that was so off for people who was like living in 1800s or 1900s or so, and they see like a car, that's like something that was futuristic, right? You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like that. So, and that so-called respect is not going to be there anymore. It's just going to be like, that's just how it's supposed to be type response. So they're never going to see it as respectful. Hello Mono. They're not going to see it as respectful. They're just going to see it as just how things are.
Immigrants. We love, yes, Superman is an immigrant. And yes, the people that we support in this country are immigrants. And if you don't like that, then you're not American.
You don't drive up to people in your Lamborghini, splash them with mud. When they go, what'd you do that for? You go, I'm speaking truth to power.
Superman as a movie is fast-paced and all over the place. It felt directionless. I think it wanted to capture the nostalgia of the...
I'm just going to be honest with you guys right now. I don't give a flying fuck about that movie at all. Not because I think it's woke or anything like that. I just don't really care for the DCU. I don't really care for Marvel right now. I don't care for any of these properties. I'm just... like, I'm waiting for Marvel to get rebooted, like completely rebooted. I mean, like, not soft rebooted, but rebooted. I know that this is a new reboot. It's a... I guess soft reboot. I think the actual reboot is started on the Blue Beetle, if I remember right, and then it was Superman, per se, or was it Blue Beetle then the Batman? No, I think that's not right. I think it's Blue Beetle, the Batman, then Superman. I think, I'm not totally sure, but I don't know. I don't really feel all that confident with DCEU, James Gunn's, and all that stuff. Not because it's woke, it's just, maybe I just kind of grew out of it.
This League Unlimited cartoon from the early 2000s, but more often than not, it missed the mark. It may have had its moments, but overall, it's discombobulated. For anyone who is a casual DC Comics fan, this film won't really be an issue to you. You know who everyone is, you know their backstories, so on and so forth. But for someone who knows absolutely nothing about
comic books, like a woman you take with you to see the movie because you didn't want to see it alone, for instance, it made no sense to her.
Lex Luthor wants to take down Superman. Obviously, that's like always been his modus operandi. But his big plan was so stupid, and it involved monkeys shitposting on the internet about Superman in a pocket dimension.
Behold!
Hey, Fox. What's going on?
I'm not joking. Granted, I did laugh at the scene, but my God, was it stupid. The big hashtag the monkeys came up with was super shit. And it also made Superman upset when he saw it online, which he admitted to Lois during their interview. That was supposed to be a high stakes moment to show you how human Superman was.
As a
but
student,
also-
yes. If you're a student, per se, if you're a student as in like either a Patreon member or a Buy Me a Coffee member, you could use the Instagram or the YouTube, but I'd rather you guys go to Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon, because I already made the announcement. I will put a video up probably tomorrow or probably tonight, I'm not sure, stating and letting you guys know that my main focus will be on Patreon and Buy Me a Coffee. They're going to be exactly the same price, so you're going to ask that question, they're exactly the same price, so it doesn't matter which one you pick. They have the same exact perks. They're not different at all. They're exactly the same. The only difference between them is that I'm only using 2 platforms because, one, everyone knows what Patreon is, so I don't even have to say or explain. And that's why I went to Buy Me a Coffee, because in Buy Me a Coffee, their creators get 95% of the cut. I've only noticed the default. I noticed it was the default because of brand recognition, because every YouTuber doesn't have one. Like nearly every YouTuber has one. I'm surprised most of these YouTubers has not jumped off Patreon since its initial like cut that they keep taking out, because it went from 12%, and I think it went to like 20% or higher than that. And that was a problem. So I was like, don't like that. It's already hard enough for me to get paid on Patreon. So I said, you know what? I left Patreon, try to go Buy Me a Coffee. When I brought Buy Me a Coffee to people, they was like, what the fuck is that? They don't know what that is. I don't know what this is. I don't know if I want to put my my credit card information on that. You know what I'm saying? They had a bunch of like excuses. So I started realizing I don't think they don't want to support. They're just scared if it's a website they're not even familiar with, and they don't want to go on a website they don't know, especially if there's not a lot of YouTubers on it that they know. So I said, okay, I'd rather have them go to Buy Me a Coffee, but I understand why they don't want to go there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep Buy Me a Coffee, and I'm going to just make the tiers exactly the same on both platforms. So if they decide to go to Patreon, they can support me there, or if they decide to go to Buy Me a Coffee, I know I'm getting at least 95% of that revenue. So they feel safe going to Patreon based on brand recognition. And if they go to Buy Me a Coffee, I at least get 95% of whatever I get paid for. So that's great. They only take 5% out of that 95. So that's great. And I wish more creators jump over there. I don't know why they won't, but I don't know. So... And I don't know, because it's probably still relatively new, I think. I'm not sure. That might be a reason. What I like about DC Comics are the artists and David Finch and Jim Lee. Yeah, I hear that don't get me wrong, Jim Lee and David Finch can draw very well. I've seen some of his David Finch's videos. I've learned a few of his compositional videos. But I hear a lot of people complain about how Jim Lee runs the company in general. They feel like he's not doing a great job of running it. I can kind of agree based on the stories that they put out, but then again, I'm like, this is why comic books is dying, because people already have a notion of how these comic books are written or how they're being presented, and they don't want to be talked down to. They don't want to be told what to think, how to feel, and then this is why manga is winning, because manga stays in its target audience. The Western comics, whether it's DC, Marvel, or something completely different, is trying to tell you how to think, feel, and stuff. And if you don't like it or you don't fuck with it, you're some type of phobe or idiot at the far end of that. So like, know what I'm saying? So that's where that problem comes in. Whether you refer to it as woke or whatever the case may be, the point is that there is an agenda that's being pushed where you have to think a certain way. If you don't, then you should be like ostracized, or you should be, ridiculed, or you should be isolated from the community. I don't think that's a good idea. That's not good, because I think Gundam said it doesn't, or no, it was Kyle. I think he said it never becomes enough. It constantly keeps morphing into something much worse. I have 3 creatures that I want in one drawing. Can the Jelly Friends gift to that? Jelly Friends? What are Jelly Friends? I'm not sure what that is. Can you explain to me what that is, please? I'm not sure what that is. I'm not trying to be sarcastic. I'm just trying to understand. Jelly Friends. I'm sure what Jelly Friends are. Unless that was a typo. I'm pretty sure that was a typo. But yeah. What was I saying? I don't know. I was saying a bunch of shit.
I kind of didn't care. Lex Luthor's final attempt to get rid of Superman was incredibly stupid, overly emotional, and poorly conceived. This is by a character
I have
that
3
is
creatures
famous
that I
for his
want
calm, cool,
in
and
one
collected
drawing.
demeanor. The man goes
Jelly
from creating
Friends
a pocket
gift
dimension, a rift in
that?
time and space. He creates his
Friends.
own Big
Jelly
Bang,
Friends.
okay? He goes from
Sorry,
that
Jelly
to
Friends.
having a temper tantrum while sending Ultraman,
Just,
I know,
just rewrite that
to
real
fight
quick.
and kill Superman.
Just
You know
rewrite that
who
whole
Ultraman
thing.
is if
So,
you know anything about
I
the
feel like
comics. If you don't know, I'm not in the mood to explain. Well, anyway, Lex Luthor obviously loses at the end. Superman gives a rousing speech about being a normal person just trying to figure things out. And, when Lex Luthor is about to be taken away, he cries. This is something Lex Luthor would never do, ever. His pride wouldn't allow. I can't even, dude. I just cannot. Jimmy Olsen, he's a wizard now. He has the most attractive women dying to be with him. Why? Who knows? Even Lex Luthor's model girlfriend is obsessed with Jimmy Olsen. And she's like a foot taller than this guy. You see it at the end of the film when she jumps
serious?
on him. And it's like, Jesus Christ, dude. It's either she's huge or this guy's a manlet.
James's version of the character, what he had explained to me, which I just think is so funny, is that he's like Jimmy's a really normal dude, and all of these women are kind of like obsessed with him.
Clark, knowledge is worth many sacrifices. That isn't one of them.
Very funny, Lois.
She's swell. Let me drop my panties right now.
It's just such a wild plot line to think
Okay,
that this
can the
attractive
Jelly
woman
Friends
is
gift?
risking her life just for a date with Jimmy Olsen to get him information on Lex
you
Luthor's
can't.
big
Well, 3
stupid
creatures,
plan.
one
Guy
drawing.
Gardner and Mr. Terrific were the highlights for me. Just enough of them peppered in the movie. So
If
you
they're
can enjoy them
sketches,
without being
yes.
annoyed by them.
If they're
Much
just
like
a
Krypton.
sketch,
Hot girl
yes.
screaming every time she's on screen and fighting gets
Wait,
old
Jelly,
fast.
right? You said
and
Jelly
celebrities'
Friends?
opinions on
Jelly Friends.
politics. It's best highlighted by the scene
Hold
where
on.
Hot Girl is chasing down the country leader. They
Yeah.
go to a first-person view shot of her face as she squeals into the
Hold
camera.
on 1 second.
Right before she assassinates
Before
this
you
dude.
do anything.
Keep in mind, these are the same people who felt Superman was overstepping his bounds by protecting civilians from an army. It makes a lot of sense if you don't think about it.
Don't ask questions. Just consume product and then get excited for next product.
Superman's biological parents were retconned into basically being Viltrumites from Invincible. In my opinion, this was a terrible choice, but they needed some sort of plot point so they could turn the world against Superman, and that way the government gives Lex Luthor the authority to take him out. I think James Gunn should really pass off script writing to someone else, please. This is something I would have came up with in high school and thought was a strike of creative brilliance. Ma and Pa Kent are country bumpkins. It's a modern day setting. Why on earth do they act like they're from the 1930s? There's one scene where Ma Kent is talking.
Let me see. If you send 3, you gotta send 3 of these for each one. Yeah. If they're full body. If they're half body, color 2, but if they're uncolored, that's okay. If it ends up being like colored line art wise, that's where it jumps not from the gifts but to the actual commissions from that point. This is more of like, this is why just in case, like, this is why I give it like more of an incentive to do this, because if you're trying to get a drawing with a lot of coloring and line art and stuff, that's where it just literally goes in commission territory. like where you have to go to the commissions menu and read that out, because once it becomes like line art and coloring, it's going to take a lot longer, and then I'm undercutting my time. So if I'm doing a sketch where I can knock those out like this, at least you're getting not only the sketches that you want, but I'm not doing extra more work than I have to. If I'm doing more work than I have to while on stream, then I'll have to make it into a full-blown commission, where I have to get paid more, because like I'm undercutting myself from that point. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense to you. So it's like that. If you want it just sketch-wise, which sketch-wise will be looking more like, you saw my previous works. It'll be a lot cleaner than this. It'll be a clean sketch, per se, but it won't be line arted. This is more line art than anything. This is more line art, because it's one line, it's all cleaned out. But the other one is a sketch, but it's going to be a much cleaner sketch, but you can obviously, it's a sketch, per se. So that's up to you, whatever you choose. Like this, for instance, this is more of a line art, because you can see it's one cohesive line, and then there's form of color and all that stuff. So that's up to you, though.
Into a smartphone like she doesn't know how to use it, dude. She's screaming into it while it's on the table. Ultraman being a clone of Superman was so predictable that it was sad, and surely this will be used as the origin for Bizarro Superman later in the DCU films. The over-reliance on CGI that looks worse than what people are now doing at home on Twitter for fun is jarring. Metamorpho was there. That's the best way to describe him. The chemistry between Superman and Lois Lane was non-existent, like my YouTube career. The guy who plays Superman, I don't know his name and I won't bother to learn, is mid, much like this movie. There's nothing I like about him, and there's nothing I don't like about him. At least the film understands that Superman should be a symbol of hope, so that's a good thing. But he was also meant to represent the ideal that this country is founded upon. You know, something to inspire people in a dystopian nightmare we all live in. You'll never see China adapt Song Wukong to appeal more to Westerners, because that's their mythology, and they're proud of it. My point is that you won't see Superman waving an American flag in the James Gunn verse ever. Supergirl shows up at the end of the film, and basically she's Paris Hilton from the reality TV show era. This film is a James Gunn film, and that's the best way to describe it. If you love Guardians of the Galaxy, this is your movie. If you love everything James Gunn does, fantastic. You're gonna have a great time. For everyone else, if you want a good Justice League, watch Justice League Unlimited, dude. The stories are more complex and rewarding, more heartfelt, more genuine, make you feel something. Whereas to this tries to pull on your heartstrings every minute it can, at every opportunity it can. This film is just a superhero film, the kind that you turn your brain off to enjoy. If you're a normal person that isn't absolutely obsessed with politics every minute of the day, constantly blocking people online because they dare voice an opinion you didn't like, you'll probably be fine with a superhero movie. Oh, sorry,
lie, that's
Superman.
a waste of
That's
time.
how generic it is. My brain just thinks that. If you're just a normal, rational person, it's an okay film to see if you've got nothing to do. As far as Superman movies go, it's probably one of the better ones in recent memory. How about that? I was never a Snyderverse person.
Let me see. There you go. I usually would have somewhere where you can see it, but like it's always a pain in the ass trying to get that to work, but you can see it from here. Let me see. Sorry, hold on. Let me just get this on the side. Low tier, the most toxic villain. I don't care about that. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Looks like some manga stuff. Okay, let's see. I don't have enough of that. Okay. Let's hear it. Let's see how strong it is. Oh, okay. I want to click on this, but I don't know if it's a good idea. Oh, look at that. Okay. Half body. So that's 2 half body. So that's 2. So you have to send 6 half bodies for the 3. Oh wait, you sent a half body, you sent... Okay, wait, that's 2 half bodies, a headshot. How many is that? Hold on. Okay, so you sent 1, 2 of them. 2. So you want... That's 2 guitars. That equals 1 half body. You sent 2 of these, so that's 2 headshots and one half body. Am I incorrect? You want 2 headshots and 1 half body. As like one whole picture, correct? If I'm right? Yes. Okay. All right. I have no problem with this. I'll do this now. We'll go straight to it in 2 seconds. Just let me find something so we can watch it while I work. Oh, okay. Is it Domo? It's a Domo. There we go. I was kind of curious to see this. Okay.
Oh, what is that musty smell?
Oh, damn!
Damn! Oh,
Thank you for the gift.
Hey, language.
Damper traps excess moisture to eliminate musty
That's the
smells.
first time I
Get rid
hear.
of the damp
That's the
with
first time
Damp Red.
that's the first time I see a
knew
commercial say
was
"damn."
underwater. I just didn't realize I was this underwater.
Things are
If you're
changing,
stressed about
boys.
your paper, just be
All right,
Grammarly.
let's see
It's
how
free.
this will
I don't
be.
need better grammar. I need an A on
So
this essay.
we'll-
Grammarly can help with that.
2
It'll start
headshots.
highlighting the stuff that you could do better. Your professor
Okay,
would
so you
destroy
want 2
you for that. But
headshots
with
and
Grammarly-
1 full body. And what is this up again exactly? Do you have any form of description? Please send me a description of this on Discord, please. Because I'm not really sure what I'm drawing. Any full detail is very much needed. Please let me know.
You can find it and fix it.
On
It'll
Discord,
notice the
okay.
grammar and spelling
Discord.
mistakes, but also places where you're rambling or your point could be clearer.
Okay, I'm almost done. Let me just paste in this research and I'm golden.
Looking pretty sus without a citation.
Okay, yeah, good point.
Grammarly makes it easy. Just hit the get citation button. See? Perfectly formatted too.
Hey, I think that's it. I'm done. I'm a fan of this.
2.
Welcome to the other side.
Okay, so I see 3 different characters. Okay. Okay, it says here. The one. Okay. It says here that the one that is a potato is the half. The one is a potato. So I'm guessing the one that looks like a little with the face here. This should be half body. I'm gonna, okay, just to be clear, you want this to be a half body and you want this and this to be headshots. Am I correct? Okay. Okay, so you want it to still look close to this, right? Or something completely different, but still keeps the essence of... And just to be clear, these are eyes, right? Those are eyes? Or is that like completely different? Just want to make sure. Just want to make sure those eyeballs. I think those are eyeballs. I'm not sure. Okay, so it's technically a potato. So if it's half body, how? Okay. Okay, this is weird. So if it's half body on this potato, what's being cut out? Because this is a full body of the character. Am I cutting off the potato part, or am I cutting off this stem and this face part, or mask? That's where the question comes in. So the upper part gets drawn. correct? It's different. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm technically drawing this in my own style, correct? Of what I'm looking at, correct? That's pretty much what this is. Okay. All right. I don't see a thing. Just to be clear, that's a pumpkin, or is there something specific with the face, or that's a mask? I can't tell. Does his head a mask or a form of pumpkin? Maybe a turnip for all I know. Form of turnip, I think. If I'm correct. Okay. All right. Each is a different stage in its life, so I guess it's the same creature. Oh, it's like Digimon. Got it. Or at least Pokemon. Oh, it's like a form of Pokemon. Okay. I think I get what's happening here. So this is stage 1. This is probably stage 2. And this one's probably stage 3, or vice versa. Okay. And you put height on them. Well, they are heads. They're gonna be headshots. So I guess it doesn't really matter. Okay. Fair enough. I think I can work with this. I think. Let me find a composition.
Sometimes they have kombucha here. Download Grammarly for free.
And it's strictly male, correct? I see, like, or is it not really have a gender?
Man, I would have had all of this out of the way earlier, right? Earlier today. What's going on, everybody? Damo Senpai here. And man, I would have had all of this out of the way earlier, right? Earlier today. But after everything that I did at Anime Expo, bruh, and on top of that, I had a super shitty flight on the way home. I needed a whole day to rest up. With the first episode of Gacha Yakuza in the books, you would assume that I would be at least posting a reaction video to that, right? Well, I had the privilege of getting to watch the first 2 episodes at Anime Expo, so I couldn't really give y'all a reaction per se. But what I can do is go over all of the changes that were made to episode 1, and to be honest, there was one really massive change. One that could really change the trajectory of how the rest of the series will be animated. Now, if y'all are new to the channel and have yet to subscribe, make sure y'all go down below and hit that link in the description or the big ass red subscribe button underneath the video. We are on a massive quest to hit 20,000 subscribers by the end of the summer and potentially 100,000 by the end of the year. So if y'all want to see the premier Gacha Yakuza channel take that next step, y'all already know what has to be done. Anyway, without further ado, let's dive deep into this first episode. I think what genuinely had me jumping out of my seat mentally was the way the importance of trash sets the stage for the introduction of our protagonist, Rudo. It was one of the coolest ways to introduce him in my opinion, because turning trash into treasure is his MO. Yes. From the way the camera wrapped around him at the trash site, to the dodging of bullets that showed his face, it was such a cinematic spectacle that I was left speechless. But nothing worthy of noting as far as big changes, right? Right? Wrong. Literally a minute and 15 seconds into the episode, there was already one massive change, and that is the introduction of the Masked Man. Since I'm sure there are going to be new people watching this video, I will ease up on spoilers. But just understand, this character doesn't get introduced until halfway into the chapter. I'll get into that a little bit later into the video. But outside of that, I think this was a pretty great introduction for the first episode. One of the other things I'd like to mention is the music that was used in this episode. It was insane, right? It added so much depth and tension to what was already an intense atmosphere that before you knew it, the episode was already over. Now, something y'all may have missed, and it was done insanely quick, was the showing of the emblem.
I see. Just to be clear, you said this is... You said that this character, okay, this, so this is the female version, right? So is this a male version? Is this the farmer? Or this is the same creature? I'm looking at the chest. They're curved like this, but I don't know if that's just lack of, hold on. Let me see. No, same. Okay. And is this character, is this, and this is female or male? Just to make sure. I just want to make sure of this, because I don't want to draw the wrong body type.
On the book. After counting, there were legit 6 frames of the book being shown, but this was one of the most important things to showcase in the anime due to the level of importance that the book holds. Now, y'all know how I mentioned the music earlier, so it's right?
Fully female.
Really quickly, let me give you a quick taste of the massive differences in mood based on the music from the Spherite side to the Tribes folk side.
Hear fancy music.
That shit was insane, right? The fact that just from the sound alone, right? Like the sound design alone, you can completely describe the emotions of 2 different sets of people. Now, I believe the segment introducing Chiwa and the others was done exceptionally well. Not to mention, at least for me, I think that made Chiwa feel a lot more important to the story than she set out to initially be. It makes the pain of the betrayal hit a lot harder later on in the episode. The reintroduction of Recto definitely hit home for me because of what he means to Rudo. For those of y'all who don't know, he's Rudo's father figure, the man who picked him up and took care of him when he was abandoned. Anytime I say abandoned, I always think of this clip from Courage the Cowardly Dog.
As a pup. Lived in the middle of nowhere. Houston bag.
It is here we get to not only see the goofiness of Recto, but see Rudo's whole demeanor change from a rage-filled child to the lovable twerp that we know him to actually be. But again, just want to give another shout out to the music and sound design team here because they nailed the feeling that this part gave me in the manga. You could really feel the somberness in this moment as Rudo stares at his hand. But then, to go from that to this very dissonant or unnerving sound, the moment Recto looks down and begins talking about Rudo's father gave me chills, bro. And then for that to continue while Rudo explained it all, chef's kiss. Just as we were reintroduced to Recto, we are also reintroduced to the Masked Man. Kind of funny how that works, right? The more you think about it in this aspect, the more...
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna draw the potato part fully because drawing it halfway just from the top without the bottom is gonna feel really off. So I'm gonna try my best to, if I can draw them both. I'll give that one for free. I'll draw them both the mask and the potatoes, just to see if I can make that work. Cause like it's gonna be interesting. This is different from what I've made before, but we'll try it. I still want to know how his hands... Yeah, I wondered how black it got. Like, that was crazy.
More you're comfortable with the other changes that will occur. Something else to note was the change of the landscape shot as Rudo goes to visit Chiwa. I do think it was a lot cooler.
Yeah, we all know where this comes from. We all know, if you've watched my stream long enough, you know that's my literal look, it's my literal wallpaper For those who watch me long enough, you have seen this many times when I'm switching between my... That's literally my wallpaper, people. Straight up, I love this scene because it's so dramatic. I had to put it as a wallpaper, and it looks cool up to this day. I still love it. I love this picture. It's just the artistry is so amazing. Like it's a great perspective. You can see everything. It gives you a sense of like, oh, I love shit like this. So I was like, there's no way I'm passing up on this as a wallpaper. And the fact that this brought up, like, yeah, let's go. Let's go. A big just chef's kiss. Yes. Let's go. Oh my god. I had that for about a year now. It's been like more than a year, I think if I remember right. Let's go. Okay, let me see. Let me get back to the show. Play this.
But bro, the way they did the camera work for this moment, eek. Not to mention, they bring back that unnerving BGM from when Rudo and Recto were talking, adding just the right amount of uncomfortableness to this moment right before Chiwa steals that away. The sound design really reminds me of Silent Hill 2, and that is an extremely good thing for this series in totality. You want to know what's crazy though? The piano in the background of this moment right between Chiwa and Rudo, it goes off key a few times, giving you this beautiful yet unnerving feeling. Because with how happy he was to learn about Chiwa's feelings, all of that was ripped away. And this is also where the biggest change going from manga to anime occurred. Rudo runs into the apostles here. And for anyone who's been tapped in with the manga...
Okay, and this is part of why, just to answer a question a lot of people don't get, this is part of why when I'm listening to like a manga recommendation or a case may be, I take the manga more seriously because it's more fleshed out for obvious reasons. But the reason why I don't mind listening to them, even if they're a form of spoiler, is because you never know what changes they may actually make within the anime compared to the manga, because they always do it all the time. But they usually are pretty subtle, but those subtleties can make much of a difference in the tone of an anime compared to a manga. So that's just why when I'm watching like these recommendations of like manga stuff or new manga, or they're telling like a story and stuff, yeah, it might be a spoiler per se, and it most likely will be a spoiler when you watch the anime if you read the manga or into the anime. But there are situations where there will be drastic changes, or they won't go exactly panel to panel, and your feeling towards it might feel different compared to it being just a spoiler. So this is why I don't mind listening to a bunch of manga recommendations and getting the spoilers, because they may change something drastically. I think Horikoshi did this very thing with My Hero, so yeah.
You would know this is not what happened. Instead of the apostles, he runs into the masked man. This is also when we get the pinky shot that was supposed to be a key hint for us moving forward. So as Rudo gets home, he is greeted by none other than the masked man sitting on top of a recto with a sword in his chest. We got a glimpse of this in the trailer, but to actually see it happen was kind of shocking in my opinion. But when you sit and think about it, this adds another layer to the story. And not only that, it helps make more sense of why Rudo would despise the masked man. If we go back to the manga, all Rudo did was run into him in the alley on his way home. There were no signs, at least for him, to know that he had anything to do with the murder. He just put two and two together. What this does is add a motive for why Rudo wants to kill this guy. They also, by the way, this was very important, they also kept the pinky scene in, which was a huge win for the community, seeing as this is what leads to certain things and reveals happening way later down the line. This was something that I thought they were going to remove since the alleyway scene didn't happen, but they delivered. But this part right here gave me chill. The voice acting, the music, the animation, all came together as Recto begged Rudo to change this shit heap of a world while crying. That was also something mad important to me that they took out of the official translation for the manga. They decided to stick with the cursing as opposed to censoring their words. Kudos to you, Bones and Crunchyroll. Anyway,
like an air gear in the anime. Like in the anime, air gear in the anime, Iki steals Rika's his mom's older sister. Air tracks, but in the manga, the air tracks are given to him as a birthday gift. Oh, huh. Oh, I never knew that. That's actually new to me. I didn't. Oh my god, holy shit.
Everything else from here on out remains completely faithful to the manga. The betrayal from Chiwa, to be exact. Boy, did that hit harder than it did in the manga. Mostly because the anime got you really invested into her character by making sure you understood that she was treating Rudo way differently than anyone else aside from Recto on the sphere. And to top that off, by going completely silent when they introduced the masked man for a third time, I can't even say cinema yet because what happens next is just that. Pain, rage, sorrow, cinema. All wrapped neatly in a moment that I was hoping was going to be this way. A lot of people said they wanted silence. This was exactly what I wanted from this moment. I wanted to feel it. I wanted to experience it. This was the moment where I knew it. And I said it out loud too. This shit is perfect. We're in good hands. Granted, I said this when it was announced ages ago, but this was all the confirmation I needed for how well the adaptation was going to be handled. The setting of the stage for the next episode was done extremely well. The way the ground looks was fucking glorious. I really can't wait for you guys to see the next episode since I saw the anime.
Yeah, the translating goes to manga switch to turd head, inch head sometimes.
The expo, but I only got one word for you. Cinema. Anyway, that does it for me in this video. Hope you guys all enjoyed my little deep dive overview on this episode as well as the changes that were implemented, and who better to talk about that than yours truly. If y'all are new to the channel and have yet to subscribe, make sure y'all go down below and hit the link in the description or the big ass red subscribe button underneath the video. Help your boy reach 20,000 subscribers by the end of the summer. It's a big ask, I know, but I do think we could.
A man who works hard sweats hard.
Old Spice swagger fights sweat. So coach thought I was slacking.
You see this? Pit sweat.
So I trained constantly. Took my Old Spice swagger and got a drill named after me. The dribless dribble. Broke a record. Broke my leg. Broke my record with a broken leg.
Cinema and yes.
Underestimated you, son.
Sometimes a man must overcompensate.
Love was nearly lost until Pizza Hut showed up.
Go get her. Hi, I'm Peter.
Looks like a meat lovers.
Starting at $12.99, Pizza Hut is hooking everyone up with more of what they love. Choose from 4 large Hut Lovers pizzas, like the new spicy Hawaiian Lovers, starting at $12.99 each. Order on the app.
Gachiakata episode 2 was a lot more straightforward than the previous episode, but that doesn't make it bad. What it did was focus on Rudo attempting to understand where he is and how this even happened, while introducing one of the most important characters in the series, Angie. This was an important one to nail because everyone loves this character, and with that much pressure, you would think it would hamper them in their work, right? Well, you couldn't be any further from the truth. What's going on, everybody? Damo Senpai here, and today we'll be diving into episode 2 of Gachiakata.
The goat. I guess he's... Yeah, Gachiakata, that's what it's called. I guess he's gonna be this universe's version of like Gojo or Kakashi or something.
Looking for things that they may have tweaked or even, you know, potentially some cut content. If y'all are new to the channel and have yet to subscribe, make sure y'all go down below and hit that link in the description or the big ass red subscribe button.
Thank you for being a psych.
The first video did a lot better than I expected.
I appreciate
it. Since I'm running on borrowed time, being like extremely sick, like y'all, if y'all can't tell, y'all can probably hear it in my voice that I'm sick. This one's going to be a lot tougher to get out, but I'll do my best to present you guys with a pretty decent video. So without any further ado, let's start this deep dive. Now, Episode 2 adapts all of chapters 2 and 3, and faithfully, if I do say so myself. I think the construction of the episode itself was brilliant, going from Rudo pondering about the people never wondering what happens to the things that they throw away down there, into an opening that is hella abstract, but also showcasing people grasping for trash. I really like that because it's already hinting at things that happen later on in the manga. You know, they go into detail about people praying to the trash and stuff like that. So it's really interesting that they're adding these tidbits into the opening. The opening in of itself is such an interesting concept, and to be real, I want y'all to see some of these shots because holy fuck did they cook. But not only that, the story it tells really sums up a lot about Gachiakata, especially towards the end of it, reminding us that we are all a sum of our parts, and that's what Rudo takes from all three of the characters that they show to help mold him into who he will become later on down the line. Now, Bones really took some liberties with this episode, and in doing so, made these action scenes pop. But one of the more interesting moments to me was the highlighting of the trash that he would use to combat the trash beast. That didn't happen in the manga, but it really added a lot of depth to the scene. What added even more depth was the sound effects used to demonstrate the usage of his ability, or the activation. The VFX team popped the fuck off, and we ain't even get to the biggest discussion point yet. Now, like I said previously, the combat choreography against the Trash Beast was off the chain, demonstrating Rudo's unique yet immature fighting ability, but not making him look too trash though, no pun intended. Now, let's get over to the moment of truth. The introduction of Engine. This, in my opinion, was done exceptionally well, making him seem very mysterious. But the longer he was on the screen, the more Engine really started to show himself. This was an important detail to nail because while he does come off as cool and mysterious and weird and all of that, he's also one of the biggest goofballs in the series. But dog, his action sequence was fucking insane. They made those 5 pages feel like a lifetime, and on top of that, we got the Lotus Juice feature. But honestly, I think they showcased his Jinky usage really well. And not only that, they set a precedent with the color usage depicting their anima. Anyway, this probably didn't take y'all out of the moment, but bro, when Engine came floating down with his umbrella while fighting, bro, that shit had me crying. But let me get to the real shit. Y'all know what it is, right? Engine using Octo Shredder?
Yo, that was cool.
Cinema. It is then we get the full introduction of Engine, face and all. Now, a little bit of a nitpick here. I do wish they would have kept it the way the manga did it, which was, the cool ass side profile, but I'm not opposed to the way they did it here. But dog, this sequence right here, they did not need to go as hard as they did. The conversation between Recto and Rudo was so beautifully curated because, let's be real here, this is a conversation that Rudo references to this very day. The music, the atmosphere, the dialogue, the vocal performances, all really made this moment truly shine. The rest of the episode really follows the manga by the book. Rudo being dragged off by Engine, all the way to him explaining that the ground isn't the kind of place that you think it is. The meeting of the smugglers was fucking sick, and I'm gonna be real. I did not think they were going to keep Rudo ripping the skin off the dude's fingers and actually eating it, but fuck it,
that was crazy.
I think the awakening, as I like to call it, sequence was fucking tight. Shot for shot, they followed the manga, including the realization that Rudo is able to wield multiple things. One of my favorite shots in, I think, like the first five chapters maybe. The music completely amplifies the moment, and the usage of Recto's words playing behind was fucking chef's kiss, bro. But let's move over to another interesting thing, and that is the ending. The ending is a rendition of the opening, being an extremely abstract product for promoting a message that truly means a lot to, I'm pretty sure, every Gachiakata fan watching. Now, I'm unsure if everyone caught on to this, but the trash being the beating heart of our protagonist was a fucking great idea. It is a point that I feel like gets glossed over when people just discuss the series in general. Overall, I do wish this was all released at once because watching the first 2 episodes together as opposed to apart kinda hurts the delivery in my opinion. Because when I watched the first 2 episodes at Anime Expo, everything flowed extremely well. Anyway, that'll do it for this overview. If there was anything that I missed, make sure y'all let me know in the comment section below. Leave a like if you enjoyed. Subscribe if you're new. Thank y'all for being so patient, bro. Thank y'all for being as patient as y'all have been. Like, for real. I've been sick as fuck, bro. I've been sick as fuck this past week, and it feels like it's just slowly getting out of my system. Like, this is like one of the first instances where I've been able to get out of bed. So that just lets y'all know how sidelined I was. So I'm gonna try to get this to y'all as soon as I can. Y'all enjoy y'all morning, afternoon, or night, wherever y'all are. I'm Damo Senpai, and I'll catch you guys in the next video.
Granger knows that if you're a lineman in charge of keeping the lights on, you go to great lengths, and sometimes heights, to ensure the power is always flowing. 800.
Oh, I hear your stupid ass. Okay, let me see. I want to listen to more Gotcha Kuda, but I don't want any spoilers.
This video is sponsored by Audible.
So we'll watch something a little bit more obscure.
Well, it's been a while since I made one of these What Went Wrong videos. Probably because the last 2 I made, despite being incredibly popular, have either been demonetized or just deplatformed altogether.
I love them.
But, you know, it's 2020. A new year, a new decade, so maybe it'll be one that is free of constant YouTube demonetization and other bullshit copyright claims. So in this edition of What Went Wrong, we'll be taking a look at another of Cartoon Network's biggest hit shows. A show which followed the adventures of 3 outcast children named Ed, and Eddie, who would always be thinking up new ways to scam the other kids in the neighborhood so they can use the money to buy those oh-so-delicious, illogically oversized jawbreakers. As a kid, I wanted nothing more than the opportunity to be able to try one of those incomprehensible oversized sugar globes myself, and use some of my own pocket money to buy the largest one I could find, which was about the size of a tennis ball, paling in comparison to the show size, but pretty big in real life standards. I quickly found out that unlike the characters in the show, I was struggling to unhinge my jaw like a snake and stretch my cheeks like a hamster to accommodate this spherical monster, and so had to resort to licking it like an ice cream instead. And I kid you not, after about a few hours of licking away, my tongue actually began to bleed. Pretty badly.
Oh my god, what?
I'm not sure if it was down to the sweet itself, or if my tongue is just weak, but either way, out of sheer traumatization, I have never had a jawbreaker again, even to this day.
Bro, what
I think the only reason I chose jawbreakers because they're like the most horrid candy to eat.
I agree with you, Danny Antonucci, but we'll come back to you in a tick. Being a child from the 90s who grew up with Cartoon Network, Ed, and Eddie was
send it to me, bro, if you have one.
the show I would tune in to watch every day, and obviously I absolutely loved it. It was colourful, creative, had a wide variety of diverse and interesting characters, some of which are still being memed even today.
Hello, Ed boy. Many doors, yeah?
Not to mention,
I'm trying to.
it was
I don't know. I was going to make some liberties with it, but I don't like walking away from the initial idea. I try to keep the overall essence because since it's a potato, I have to treat it like a plant. So plants are very curvy to a degree. So like maybe I can make the stem look a little bit more organic instead of it just being a stick coming out of the head.
absolutely hilarious.
This is a perfect spot, huh, guys?
Hey, dorks! Get out of my backyard!
Weird. Kevin already has a clubhouse here. Shut up, man.
I'm clearly not the only one who thought that, as the show was one of Cartoon Network's biggest successes, and was a huge hit with both critics and audiences, attracting over 30 million households and being broadcast in a...
You want to watch it right now, or should we finish this right now as we listening? It's up to you, Bri. You're the captain for that one. Oh, he sent more. Okay. All right. Okay. I have it open, so I'll be ready to go.
Over 120 countries, being both popular among kids and adults alike, having more than its fair share of adult humor thrown in.
Read a magazine? I would if I knew where Ed hid them.
Oh, you read those?
Bad! Weekend wrecker!
Of all the impure magazines are in that sewer, Eddie, they would be totally illegible. The text smeared by the damp sludge.
It's the pictures I'm worried about! Mom's cleaning up my room and she's making me throw out all my cool stuff. But luckily, I was able to save the magazines. That's winter without a snow job, huh, Sockhead?
You know, I think of now, I never really paid attention to what Eddie was ever saying. I was just never... It was just, if something wasn't, like, happening on screen, it was not that important. But, like, now, hearing it now as an adult, I'm like, oh my god, what the fuck? When was all this been said? It's like, shit. What the fuck? This is crazy. Oh, I don't know why this curves so hard. There you go. Turn like that, and then turn to say, there are two arcs of middle finger and scale that I am. Okay, I'll throw this one, okay.
Get it? Snow job?
Yes, well...
This show is actually Cartoon Network's longest running original series, where the first episode aired in January 1999, along with 130 more, plus 4 TV specials, and a television film finale, which aired in November 2009. An almost 11-year run. And no, before you go correcting me in the comments section, we're not including shows like the Powerpuff Girls, which, yes, have technically been airing new episodes right up to 2017, but have taken long hiatuses between new episodes, and have undergone large changes with various teams working on them, so I don't count it as one big series. Ed, Edd and Eddy though, like with many other shows in their long years of airing, did begin to decline during its later seasons.
Purr like a bunny, purr like a bunny.
And I know, to a lot of people that seems like a ludicrous claim, and that the show was pure gold from start to finish. But after rewatching the series, yeah, there were definitely some aspects that fell from grace as the show went on. And I'll be giving examples of these during the review. But before we take a look at what made the show bad, let's take a look at what made the show great.
Awesome, I don't know, but very good, yeah?
The show was created by a man named Danny Antonucci, who upon surface level probably wouldn't be your first choice for someone to produce a kids cartoon.
And saying, no, F you, I don't do kids stuff. Yeah.
Not just because of his not giving a shit attitude, but also the history of his previous animations, which were much darker and edgier animations aimed towards adult audiences. In fact, Antonucci himself had no intention of doing a kids show either, and only agreed to do so as part of a dare. I'm not making this up.
That was on a dare, I heard, that you it was a kids show, because you had done a lot of violent stuff in your career.
The inspiration for the ads came from 3 character designs Danny drew up for a shoe commercial called Kung Shu. Eventually, these characters would evolve into the familiar faces we see today, and be dubbed
Ed,
and
Eddie.
Antonucci pitched the idea to both Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon, and though seeming like he would initially go with Nickelodeon, he eventually decided to go with Cartoon Network, as they agreed to give him more creative control. Which, funny enough, wouldn't be the last time for Nickelodeon to lose out on a great show to Cartoon Network. Further talks were made as the show's premise was developed, offering some bold new ideas, such as the show having a 2 11-minute episode format, as opposed to Cartoon Network's usual 3 7-minute episodes. The show would also not be animated by the studio's usual Hanna-Barbera Productions, and would instead be handled by AKA Cartoons, a Canadian-based animation studio
Canadians are weird.
most notably recognized by its incredibly disturbing studio
Yeah, that.
logo.
I remember seeing that.
That's disturbing.
And so on January 4th, 1999, the first episode of Ed, Edd and Eddy hit the screens, with the episode titled The Ed Touchables, a theme which would run through all the episode title cards, which would have the word Ed substituted to a reference or phrase, such as Pop Goes the Ed, Once Upon an Ed, Robin Ed, and my personal favourite, Mission Ed Possible. The title cards would also have this realistic art style which I quite liked. Always reminded me of the highly detailed stills you'd get in classic cartoons, or even SpongeBob for that matter.
This look unsure to you.
No.
The plot of each of the episodes would typically have us follow the adventures, kill me, of three boys named Ed, Edd and Eddy, as they think of various ways to scam the local neighborhood kids out of their money. These scams would range to all sorts of crazy shenanigans, such as faking a rocket car which can travel around the world, faking a thingamajig box, and even constructing an entire cardboard city. But then you would also have some non-scam related plots, such as Ed sleepwalking through the cul-de-sac and causing havoc.
Oh yeah, I remember this. Oh yeah. Bro was eating everyone's shit. Eating people's breakfast and cereal at night. That shit was crazy.
Or having the Eds spending the entire episode chasing a balloon. Or just having the Eds breaking reality altogether.
Did you see that? Weird. Oh well, can't beat 'em.
Eat 'em.
Not bad.
Despite the initial zany aspects of these plots, when you strip them down to the bare bones, they're actually pretty down-to-earth situations. Situations which are being showed from a kid's perspective and wild imagination. Such as when Eddy experiences his first pimple, though it starts off small in size, the more the other kids begin to notice and make fun of it, the larger and more grotesque it becomes. A kind of metaphor as to how the person may imagine an imperfection in themselves, over-exaggerating it in their minds as they fear of what the others may think of it. Or how the Eds decide they want to skip school, and so literally construct a plane to escape the grounds as if the school was like a prisoner of war camp. Or how Ed is grounded in one episode, and it shows how his parents have literally removed the stairs to stop him from escaping.
All we have to do is go up the... What happened to the stairs? My parents took them down because I am grounded.
Or even the simple trouble of new childhood clothes feeling stiff and uncomfortable.
Follow me!
The humour in this show, as I said, was fantastic. The slapstick is well balanced, wasn't too goofy or over the top, making the characters look like they were in genuine pain at times. And that, of course, is hilarious. I remember the first episode I watched where the Eds are trying to babysit Ed's younger sister Sarah. Eddie is trying to juggle as a form of entertainment when suddenly a cactus impales his hand. His scream along with his expression had me in absolute fits. Another classic moment is when Eddie is launched through the air and lands at a thorn bush, to which Ed just carefree drags his impaled body as Eddie lies there in sheer agony.
He sort of beat his ass too. He sort of beat his ass. He said, Ed,
what?
Ed, stop, I'm awake. And he gave one good head backhand.
One interesting thing to note about this show is that throughout its entire run, there were only 13 characters on screen, with no adults or parents in sight. Though the parents are referenced as existing off screen,
I have taken the liberty of phoning all your parents.
What? Huh? Oh man,
you didn't.
We never actually physically see them, which led to the popular theory that the kids are all actually dead from different periods of time, and that the cul-de-sac is kind of like a state of purgatory for them, which I think is actually a pretty cool theory, and could actually hold up.
Dad? Wait! The grades are in Greek this year! I did good! I swear!
Ignore that. Right, let's start by looking at the main trio. First up, Ed, my personal favourite.
Hey! Where did you guys go? Come on!
Ed, who is voiced by Matt Hill, is the large, simplistic, but also lovable character. He seems to have a positive, carefree attitude and can often be running around with his trademark goofy laugh. Ed also seems to be incredibly selfless, showing a great care for Eddie and Double D, even offering to give them his 2 jawbreakers that he won as a prize, so that the other 2 wouldn't get left out. And of course, Ed definitely comes out with the best one-liners in this show.
Ed, you put the sign on upside down.
I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. Ed one-liners is matched to that of Rolf, so I'm not gonna lie to you. I think it's between Ed and Rolf. Ed and Rolf are the 2 who have the best one-liners in the show. It's almost unmatched to each other. Like it's weird. One says nonsensical things that doesn't really make much sense, and the other one says nonsensical things because he's a foreigner. That actually makes sense if you stop and think about it.
No, I put the sign on the garage.
Ed, what are you doing in my bed?
I can't sleep, Eddie. I keep thinking, how can my feet smell if they don't have a nose?
My feet smell if they don't have a nose.
I'm a woodpecker. Except with dirt.
Though not having much brain, Ed certainly makes up for it in brawn, often showing incredible feats of strength, which I reckon he could easily use to take down Goku, Superman, and One Punch Man, all at the same time.
Even further beyond!
I mean, just look at this guy, and how he takes this steel structure and chews it up like it was a piece of gum. Another trait to Ed was his wild imagination, which is heavily inspired by the comic books and classic sci-fi monster movies he often watches. Sometimes this imagination gets the better of Ed as he begins to merge reality and fantasy, trying to replicate a comic book story by sacrificing Jimmy's Mr. Yum Yum, and even taking on the identity of a monster when put into a costume.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. When he took Jimmy's Mr. Yum Yum and started just devouring that motherfucker, I was like, what the fuck is happening? And like, what? What is happening? Ed, stop! Hey, what's going on? I was like, Ed, what the fuck?
Terrorizing the entire cul-de-sac. Outside of sci-fi shows, Ed also has a love for buttered toast, gravy, and of course, chicken.
Chicken! Pet the chicken, pet the chicken!
Though sometimes I worry that Ed may love chickens a little bit too much.
He had a magazine.
I didn't even know they had magazines like that.
Then we have
that shit was weird! That shit was fucking weird! Till this day, that's still fucking weird. Bro had a magazine of chickens and coming out of like eggs and shit. I'm like, bro, what the fuck is this? Double D said exactly what we always think. They have magazines like this shit. That's a weird ass shit. What the fuck?
Voiced by Sam Vincent.
My hands are contaminated by the filth and chicanery. Oh, what dastardly deed have we sown?
Who writes this guy's stuff?
Whom, because his name is spelt with 2 D's as opposed to just one, everyone refers to him as Double D. Double D is the brains in the trio, often coming up with the crazy contraptions to help with Eddie's scams. He also comes across as the most mature of the Eds, offering an empathetic and polite attitude.
Best do as he says, Eddie, lest we open old wounds. Curse diverse cultures.
Wait, what did he just say?
Curse diverse cultures. Curse diverse cultures.
Hey, that's base. Fuck you. I don't give a fuck. Double D said the right thing. That shit, that was a base thing. That's a base take. Fuck you. That every culture is great, motherfucker.
Oh, wait, no, never mind. I guess he's actually just a massive racist. Despite his maturity, the downfall to Double D is that he suffers from a lot of anxiety and doesn't perform too well in sports, making him a bit of an outsider with the other kids.
You throw like a 2-year-old.
In saying that though, Double D is probably the most liked Ed out of the 3 Ed boys, Due to him having higher moral standards, feeling elements of guilt, and offering condolences should Ed and Eddie ever go too far with their antics. The biggest trait to Double D is the hat that he's always seen wearing in the show.
And you! What's with the hat? What are you hiding? Ah!
We, the audience, never actually get to see what's under his hat throughout the series, though we do get to see Ed and Eddie's reaction to seeing what's underneath in one episode.
Okay, that's it. I'm gonna give you such a thrashing.
Jeez Louise, cool.
Seeing as how Antonucci himself also hasn't revealed what's under his hat,
What's under Double D's hat, Danny?
You know, I always thought, I always kind of thought it was a member on his head. I just kind of thought it was shaped like a member, if you get what I'm trying to say here. I thought it was shaped like the tip of a member. I literally thought that. That's why they never showed it. His head probably resembles that of a member, so you don't want people calling him a D-head. It would be kind of fitting to his name. Double D. D-head. It makes sense to me.
I'm not telling. That's the question.
it's possible that we may never know the truth. And no, I don't count the Flash game as an official reveal, as it wasn't made by the original production team.
Oh yeah.
So I guess all we can do for now is speculate, which many people have. Me personally, I think he's a skinhead with a giant swastika tattoo.
That's disturbing.
Last and certainly least, in height,
I'm not Leto!
we have Eddie, voiced by Tony Sampson. Eddie is the leader of the Eds. He has a loud mouth, cocky attitude, and is driven by greed. Basically, he's like a version of Daffy Duck.
I'm a coward, but I'm a greedy little coward.
Oh yeah, didn't he beat his ass? I forgot. Didn't there was like the one time Daffy put his hands on Taz and beat his ass for some money? I think that was the only instance he did, I think, if I remember right. I don't remember, but like I think he beat his ass in that room. They didn't show the ass kicking. Kind of like what happened to Tom and Jerry. When he had Jerry cornered and he jumped him and he just turned his head towards the camera and said, "Don't you believe it." I think that's what happened.
Though Double D is the brains in the group, it is usually Eddie who comes up with the scams. Eddie is the shortest of the Eds, which may be one of the reasons he feels the need to compensate for this with his loud actions and extravagant lifestyle.
If you can't beat him, show him! Let's mambo!
Though Eddie puts on a hard front of coming across as confident and not caring, there are moments in the show where we see a softer and more vulnerable side to him.
Yeah, you think I care? Who needs you? Go on, write what you want. I'm bulletproof, baby!
Indicating that over cash and jawbreakers, Eddie may be just wanting to fit in and be liked. Along with the Eds, there's also the other kids in the cul-de-sac who each have their own personalities in diverse ways. Let's start with Johnny 2x4. Johnny is kind of that weird kid on the block who can even annoy the other kids from time to time.
Chill and hang with me.
Over there!
So much so that the Eds even exploited this in one episode by charging the other kids money just to get rid of him. Because of this, Johnny is actually a little bit of a loner, and is often seen just hanging out with his buddy Plank. Kill them, Johnny. Kill them all. Plank is a plank of wood.
I'm sorry, that's the funniest joke. Why does every possessed object that people talk to or they have a dog, why do they always assume that it tells them to just take out everyone? Why? He said kill one.
Wood, with some eyes and a smile drawn onto him. Now, with his Eds even exploited this in one episode by charging the other kids money just to get rid of him. Because of this, Johnny is actually a little bit of a loner, and is often seen just hanging out with his buddy Plank. Kill them, Johnny. Plank is a plank of wood, with some eyes and a smile drawn onto him. And though we're led to believe that Plank is purely a fabrication of Johnny's imagination, there are certain times in the series where he does almost seem to become sentient.
He is over there, the little rascal.
I guess it's kind of like the Mr. Garrison and Mr. Hat relationship. But there's also that episode where the Eds try to make new imaginary friends for Johnny, and it sends him into a mental breakdown.
What? Who are you?
I'm not gonna lie. This scene, this specific scene we're looking at right now, with him freaking out with all the other inanimate objects with faces on them. Bro, my best friend, Blank. Yo, that shit goes hard as a kid. Oh my god. Yo, I'm telling you, Cartoon Network was cooking back in those days. They had some creative people. They liked their cartoons back then. They was being very creative. They stayed inside the lore of their like creative cartoons respectfully and made like songs around them. So even if you didn't like Ed and Eddie, you had like a commercial or a commercial break where they had a song for like Powerpuff Girls, the Mojo Jojo song. They had one for Dexter's Lab. They had the Gorilla for Sale if you like Hanna-Barbera type music. I got Gorilla Sale. I'm actually now hearing that now. That sounds kind of racist. Well, I think about it now, that sounds kind of racist. Oh shit, if you brought that up now, we might use it as a form of meme. Oh my god. Oh my god. I didn't think about it till like right now. People who are straight racist will use that as a form of a joke. I'm not gonna lie, that is funny. When I think about
Dance? No, I thought.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This scene here encapsulates all of 2016 all the way to now. I'm not gonna lie. This scene alone encapsulates Gorilla for Sale. Gorillas for Sale. You don't remember the song? I got Gorilla Sale. I got Gorilla Sale for Sale. You remember that song? Please tell me you remember that song. You know the gorilla, the purple gorilla? It was like a show. It was like an old Hanna-Barbera show. The premise was literally ridiculous because the premise was like, I know something with shows like that, like Flintstones, Hanna-Barbera shows. The premise was just ridiculous enough to make a show. Like, it was just ridiculous enough to make a show about. That's it. It didn't have to have any real rhyme or reason. It just had to be a ridiculous concept, and then that was good enough for a cartoon. Like, it didn't have to make any sense whatsoever. It just had to be a ridiculous concept. Like, having a gorilla as a pet store, and trying to sell a gorilla. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think a perfect example of this is like My Gym Partner's a Monkey. I know that show takes place in a school for animals, but like when I think of it more and more as time goes by, that show never really focused on the gym partner part except like 3 times, if I remember right. There's only like 3 episodes that they legitimately was doing something that had to do with the gym, but other than that, everything else was about Lionel just literally dealing with Jake half the time.
No, I like you too.
So
why did they make? Oh, because they made so many Scooby-Doo clones because the one thing about yeah, that was literally it, because of a literal school error of his last name. The reason why this is what I'm assuming. The reason why they made so many Scooby-Doo clones, and there was a lot. There was like what, 7 or 8 of them of the same. It was the same exact thing. It was like teenage kids, I guess, solving mysteries or stopping bad guys with their talking, somewhat sentient dog or something, or pet. I think Jabberjaw was like the off-brand, off-variant Scooby-Doo clone, and some other. I think there was one called something Werewolf, Wolfgang, or something like that. I forgot. A dude that turns into like a werewolf or something. It's an old Hanna-Barbera cartoon. But The reason why they made so many is because the one thing that Americans understood at that time is a lot like what's going on today with the Japanese. They know their audience, right? So if the audience if the audience like a talking dog with kids, don't change the formula. Just change the kids, right? Change the kids, change their name, and just give them another talking animal or just a dog in general, right? So that's how that worked. They did that with Josie and the Pussycats. They did it with Jabberjaw. They did it with so many other shows because if it's not broke, why fix it? Don't reinvent the wheel if it works. This is why the isekai thing is so popular because Ghosts on Cars. Speed Buggy. Yes, called Speed Buggy. I remember that. No, I'm fucking old. Speed Buggy. I remember that. It was a literal talking buggy. And they press a button and he turns into whatever the plot needed to be. That was literally the show's premise. It was a 70s show. And the plot and premise was just this talking, sentient speed buggy. And then whenever the plot needed them to get out of a jam, they just pressed the button and it turned into a boat or something like that. I think something similar to that was what is it called? Hong Kong Phooey. Hong Kong Phooey. Remember, the 70s was really obsessed with the idea of Kung Fu in Asian culture, especially just the Kung Fu part of things. Correct. But without the education, just Scooby-Doo. It's like you take literally Magic School Bus and you smash it with Scooby-Doo without the educational part. That's it. That was literally what it is. So like that was the one thing about Westerners back then. We at least understood that the Japanese is doing better. Like the Japanese now understand their target audience when it comes to anime. So like they'll take like an isekai, right? And they'll make the same isekai type because they know that's going to make the most money because even though it's old, it works, right? With us as Americans, we can have a great premise of a show and fuck it up the next season because we need to put diversity in it. Or we need to put things that's not necessarily important to the overall narrative of said show and or movie. And then change the whole premise and then we got a shit show for ourselves. Right? Like that's how a lot of things go left. They don't leave it how it is for a new generation. They just change everything. This is why the Velma show didn't work because it took characters that you're familiar with. It skin suited itself. It took characters that you're familiar with, and then they changed their personalities, their backstories, their everything. They're a whole new character with the literal. The only thing that's same about them is their name and probably their clothes. That's it. Everything else, their races change, their backgrounds change, their personalities change. Just everything about them other than probably name and clothing. And sometimes even the clothing will be changed. Or sometimes they'll change the name too. Actually, no, they did, but the whole problem with the whole Scooby reference was that they used the word Scooby as a form of like name thing for like a government conspiracy thing. It was fucking dumb, but it got canceled, so we're never going to understand that conspiracy where the dog comes into play. Yeah, they changed Bob how he looks, but I don't know if they changed a lot about him other than that. They changed his overall design, which makes sense. But, cool, you said what twice. Why are you saying what too? They changed his overall design before, but like, I don't think it's too much of a problem, per se. I understand we don't like change on how something looks, but like, sometimes you gotta just give it a try. But I don't like changing directly everything about a character. This is why when I'm doing like a character design of something that already exists, I try to keep it as close as possible to the original, not make it completely different. Because you don't want to be unrecognizable. Well, that, and then I think they changed the song too. They changed it completely different. Is that the one when I think that's the wait, that's the one with Fred who's obsessed with traps, right? And he wants to trap everything every 5 seconds or something like that.
Maybe Johnny's just a schizophrenic. Then we have
But I'm not gonna lie, Johnny actually in that scene alone, Johnny encapsulates everything from 2016 of mental illness all the way to now. Like literally, I'm dead serious. He's like literally talking to inanimate objects and he's having a fucking mental breakdown because there's too many of them in the room. That is a perfect encapsulation of 2016 till now. That's straight up. I'm not even gonna play that game. Let me see. He's having a mental breakdown because they drew faces onto the object.
sentient.
He is over there, the little rascal.
I guess it's kind of like the Mr. Garrison and Mr. Hat relationship. But there's also that episode where the Eds try to make new imaginary friends for Johnny, and it sends him into a mental breakdown.
What? Who are you? Dance? No, I thought. Oh, no, I like you too.
So, yeah, maybe Johnny's just a schizophrenic. Then we have Kevin, who's your typical neighborhood jock who wears his cap backwards because he's just that cool. Kevin is probably the biggest rival to the Eds, always cynical to their schemes and able to see through much of the bullshit that the other kids can't. This obviously doesn't make him the biggest fan of the Eds, as he usually refers to them as dorks.
Dork?
Our modern postal system will ensure my relatives have fresh fish for dinner.
Right.
This man is a legend. This man is a fucking legend. And they said there was no diversity back then. He's the ultimate diversity hire. I'm not kidding. He was real and he did his job well. He was real. He was the genuine diversity. If you want to see this, oh my god. Oh my god. Everyone, kids now will see this and say this is racist, right? Maybe to a degree, yes, but it was part of his personality and part of his whole like thing, and that made him one of the most memorable characters in the fucking show. And I'm not gonna lie, I believe that Rolf is top tier. He is top tier. Every scene you see of Rolf, it is top tier. Yeah, he top tiers even the Eds, most cases. Because he says insane shit, and then you think, oh, he's saying stupidness. No. If you stop and listen to what he says, it actually makes a lot of sense. It's like he's talking in paradigms. I think it's called paradigms, or metaphors. Most cases, unlike Ed, he'll just say something insane because it just sounds funny. But with him, he's saying something that makes sense, but you're just not putting the effort to think about it. Because your brain is turned off. Fucking Rolf is the GOAT. He is the fucking GOAT. You can't tell me. He is the best character on the fucking show. He is the best character. He is not even a diversity hire. He is the diversity. Back then, it was more diverse than it ever was now. Forced diversity is shit. This was the real diversity. It was not forced. It was just there, and it made it genuine. That's why every time you saw Rolf, you loved him. He is the GOAT. You can't tell me.
Rolf is probably my favorite of the side characters. Some of the lines of dialogues he comes out with are just brilliant.
Your garden is overgrown and your cucumbers are soft.
Rolf, as you can probably guess, isn't native to the cul-de-sac, and originally grew up somewhere in Eastern Europe, where we see a lot of these countries' unorthodox customs in the show. Despite all of these customs, we never actually find out where it is Rolf is specifically from, and even creator Danny Antonucci himself admits that he doesn't know where Rolf actually comes from.
I don't know where the heck he's from, you know, and he has the weirdest relative.
Then we have
Nat. Saying this out loud now, if young kids saw this, Gen Z saw this, they'll say he's racist. How dare you write a character you don't know where he's from? You need to write his backstory and everything. You didn't flesh him out. This, that, and the third. I'm like, that what makes him amazing. It's like what makes Rolf amazing is that knowing less about him makes him more interesting. The more you know about him makes him less interesting. It's like the Joker, right? Because what makes the Joker interesting is that he has no backstory to run back to. He has no true like origin story. That what made him amazing, because as long as he didn't have an origin story, he just came out of the shadows. He just came like the essence of evil. He was just literally evil. He was just came out of nowhere. Less is more. That what made him amazing. The more you got to know Rolf, yes, you had interest. I mean, the more you got to know, you had interest, but like the less you knew made him even more interesting. Because he said insane shit, but like even though he did say insane shit, it felt consistent to where he was either from or what he was referencing to a degree. So even if you didn't know exactly where he was from, you found it more interesting to know where he was from or just want to hear him talk more than actually know where he was from. But for Gen Z, they will not understand this.
Who's your
It's
typical
literally a
popular-
reverse on its head. That's what makes that trick work. It's actually everything opposite. I would tell a student to write down things about their character and make them very coherent and simple, right? But Rolf flips this on his head, same as the Joker. The less you know about him, the more interesting it becomes based on who's writing him. So that what makes it interesting. Did you pick the captains? I'm sorry.
Girl. She's good looking, athletic, not the sharpest knife in the
I'm not gonna lie, I never found Naz attractive. I understand it, and I am gonna see. Gotcha. Well, at least you understand. Not all Gen Z, but majority of Gen Z just doesn't understand that in most cases. But anyway, I never found Naz like hot girl. I know they just kind of present her as such, but I just kind of thought she was just kind of there, and she just hanged out with Kevin a lot. Didn't she like Kevin at one point? I think she was I think she liked Kevin at one point. I'm not gonna lie, the way she's dressed. Oh no, I'm not gonna say that.
Draw, but kind-hearted.
Victor changed his name to Naz, just like me.
Are you weak in the upper story?
And the girl that all the cul-de-sac boys have a crush on, except for Rolf and Jimmy. Unfortunately, there's not really much to say about Naz, as most of her character identity comes from how the other boys react around her. And then there's Sarah.
Where is she?
Sarah has got to be my least favourite character in the show. She's Ed's younger sister, and her entire purpose is just to be loud or making her older brother's life a living hell.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of thought she was I know she was the younger sister, but she came off as a very angry older sister to me. Yep. Oh yeah. Didn't she want to kiss him at one point in the movie? I think. She kind of like hinted to it, but he kind of like, I think, backed out of it. I think something like that. I think he bullshitted his way through that. Like he didn't get the kiss, but she was insinuating that she liked him or something, per se. Oh god. I always thought that Sarah was like, I know she's the younger sister, but she always felt like the older sister who was just mad for no reason, kind of like Candace, always looking at a reason to get them in trouble. Because she was always on that shit. She was always on some bullshit. I don't know why. She was always on some bullshit.
Despite the fact that Ed is actually really caring towards her, Sarah never returns any of that affection.
Give me my dolly, you big lummox!
Sarah has that typical spoilt brat little sister attitude, and as a result is very loud and hyper-aggressive. And this would only become worse as the series went on. Where she starts off as just an annoyance in season 1, she becomes straight up unbearable by season 5.
Straight up.
One of my favourite moments from the show is from an episode in season 4 where Ed is uncharacteristically angry.
Oh yeah, she says something to him and he said, then move, and then she like just kind of ran away. Because he was not fucking with that day. He was not fucking with this. He's like, bitch, I am not the one today.
And finally puts her in her place.
You can't kick me out! I live here too!
So move!
Yeah.
Yeah!
Sarah.
Fuck you.
Then we have Jimmy.
I want to look just like you when I grow up.
Okay. Give it the times we live in now. Give it the times we live in now. Because now you hear that sound effect, he's sniffing it. I wonder why. Why is he sniffing that? He wants to be just like him when he grows up. Sniff, sniff, sniff. But then again, it's like, I think they changed his character a little bit because over the show, because at first we all thought he was like, he was on that zestiness, right? But when he wanted to be with Sarah, I think he was in love with Sarah, or he at least liked her that much to the point. Please don't say it. I know. It's just so hard not to say it.
He's often found hanging out with Sarah. Like Sarah, Jimmy is a bit younger than the rest of the cul-de-sac kids, and comes across as the weak, scared, and naive-minded individual, often becoming an easy target for the Eds. Though as the episodes went on, Jimmy would prove himself to be a lot more cunning and sinister than he lets on, even using his naive image to be able to shift blame over to the Eds for something that he did.
It was horrible, Sarah. They made me eat dirt all day. What?
And finally,
When I think of it now, who was the grown man who was doing this voice? Or was it a woman?
we have
It was horrible.
prove himself to be a lot more cunning and
I'm
sinister
wondering
than
who's
he
the
lets
voice
on,
of this man.
even using his naive image to be able to shift blame over to the Eds for something that he did.
It was horrible, Sarah. They made me eat dirt all day. What?
And finally, we have the Kanker sisters.
I'm May Kanker. I'm Marie Kanker. And I'm Lee Kanker.
Who live in the trailer park just outside of the cul-de-sac. The Kankers are the main antagonists of the series, both feared and hated by all the other kids. The main trope of the Kanker sisters was their crush that they have on the Eds, and would often try to force themselves upon them in a creepy and sometimes pretty rapey manner.
But the thing I don't understand is, were they older than them? That's where I always wondered. Were they older than them? I don't think they ever insinuated, just kind of felt that way. Because, especially with Eddie, but that's probably just a height thing. But like, it just felt like they were older than them. And I thought that was like significantly older than them. Keenan Christensen. Oh, that's the voice? That's the voice of Jimmy? That man? Sounds like a unisex name. That man? I think that's a man.
Now, I don't want to be that guy, but let's just imagine that the gender roles were reversed, and it was 3 teenage guys trying to force themselves onto 3 younger girls. Yeah, I don't think people would have been quite as content with them if that was the case. This creep factor goes up even further when we look at a deleted scene from season 4, which shows that in the future the Eds not only end up marrying the Kankers, but also have many children with them too. One thing to note about all the characters in the show though, is just how visually distinct they all are, possessing bright or highly contrasting colours to make them pop out from the background. And even if we take away the colours, all the characters can be instantly recognised from their unique style. Which brings me on to the show's next great asset, the animation. The show was animated by AKA Studios, a Canadian-based company.
Even if they were Canadian, heaven forbid.
Danny Antonucci is a very passionate person when it comes to the art style and animation, holding very strong views against modern digital animation.
Fuck digital and draw.
Yeah. Right on.
And cartoons that have non-artists in control of the director's chair.
Very, very rare. I mean, now you've got writers who are doing animation, and it's like,
Don't hold it all in.
Oh, thank you for the rose. I appreciate it.
The racing thoughts, the overwhelm. 988 is here for you. You don't have to figure it out alone.
Okay, this one's
You can text, call, or chat online. Someone's always there to listen. 988. Free,
confidential, 24/7. You've got this, and we've got you. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Antonucci was a huge fan of the Golden Age era cartoons, particularly that of the classic Looney Tunes shorts, which ran from the 1930s to 1950s, and thus wanted his cartoon to be produced in a similar way. Because of this, Ed, Edd and Eddy would be the last major cartoon series to use the traditional cel-painted animation technique, where individual drawings are put onto clear sheets of plastic and coloured in with paint. Antonucci also put great emphasis on each frame being uniquely hand-drawn, offering fluid movement, great detail, and wacky character styles. Even by how the characters move on screen, visualizes their personalities. Ed, carefree, goes with the flow. Double D, stiff upright posture, cautious. And Eddy, passionate and greedy. The most distinct feature you'll notice about the show's animation is how the characters have this wiggly outline, even when stood still.
Yeah, I was wondering.
I mean, the lines are all wiggly.
These are known as boiling lines, and it's achieved by tracing a drawing multiple times through sheets of paper. When questioned about this unique art style, Antonucci explained, "It helps keep the characters alive." Similar to what I stated about the constant fur twitching in
okay. So it's like a 3D principle, like when you're doing 3D art or 3D like mold animation, you have to keep the characters constantly moving somehow, some way. You can't have them just standing, because they end up looking very robotic. I think that's the right term. They're looking really strangely robotic. It's hard to explain, but that does happen, per se.
My review of the Isle of Dogs. Along with the animation itself, you'll probably notice some of the other unique styling choices, such as how the kids all possess different coloured tongues, which is meant to be due to all the different coloured sweets that kids are known for eating. Danny Antonucci says that he likes imperfection in animation, which is ironic considering Antonucci himself was considered such a perfectionist.
I think I did 250 takes of the line, "Yep, good times." No kidding, 250 takes.
But in all honesty, I do agree with him. I think imperfection in animation is what gives it more charm. Like, you see the human work that goes into it. It's why I like the older Aardman animation stuff, where you would still see the hand marks on the models, where they would be constantly moved around by the people behind the scenes. As well as the great animation, the show would also have some of the wackiest and unique sounds of any cartoon. Just look at this clip here as an example.
A comedian, huh?
The sound design for the effects and actions has to be one of the best I've seen in any show.
Not gonna lie, that's one of the most iconic sounds in that show. It was just one of those sounds that's just like, why does that exist? But you know what? I'm happy that it exists, because it's memorable as fuck. You cannot unhear it. Once you hear it, it doesn't leave you. That shit was crazy.
So many random effects used that really gives the show its identity. The musical score would also have this 60s jazz-like theme to it, all composed by Patrick Card. And the show's theme, with its iconic whistle, was actually whistled by Antonucci himself. Okay, well, that's everything that was right with the show. So, now let's talk about what went wrong. Season 4 was meant to be the final season of the show, and this is evident by the final episode of the season, Take This Ed and Shove It. Notably the second Ed, Edd and Eddy episode to be split into 2 parts. In this episode, Eddy begins to notice how the other kids in the cul-de-sac are beginning to grow up, and so to take advantage of this, the Eds set up a job centre where the other kids are assigned their future careers. For the most part, the episode plays out quite normally, until at the end, where we cut to the Eds 90 years in the future, where it turns out that all the adventures in the previous episodes were simply the result of Eddy daydreaming about the time they were kids.
It seems you dozed off forget there, Eddie. You were recounting yet another humorous story from our past when we were children.
It's actually a pretty dark ending, as the realization of this occurs right before Eddie is about to tuck into a jawbreaker, announcing that he never wants to grow up.
I don't ever want to grow up.
And as the episode closes, Eddie claims,
I still wish I was a kid.
maybe it's because I now sit here in my late boomer 20s that I find this so much more relatable, reminiscing back on simpler times as a child where there seemed to be a lot less stress and worry in the world, waking up to Saturday morning cartoons and dying over and over to that stupid level in Crash Bandicoot. And so, the Ed, Edd and Eddy series had come to a close, and one of Cartoon Network's greatest and most popular shows had come to an end.
Whatever! The brand new series of Ed, Edd and Eddy starts 30th of October on Cartoon Network.
Although I was aware, technically something.
Your business depends on data, so it must be reliable. Twilio Segment collects, cleans, and activates your data, preventing siloed systems and inaccurate reporting. Data should empower, not create roadblocks. Visit segment.com to learn more.
But first, a quick word from this video's sponsor.
Does your life stink like this, guys?
I can't read. Well, then it sounds like you could benefit from Audible. Audible is the leading provider of spoken word entertainment. Where you go to, Artextric continues. They have noticed something a few. A year after season 4 had ended, season 5 begins. I guess old man Eddie continues daydreaming, and our favorite show is back on the air. Only this time, with some notable changes. Those of you that are keen-eyed may have noticed something a little off about the look of the show.
More saturated.
Well, that's because the show had now moved on from its traditional ink and cell technique over to modern digital coloring. Now, I don't want to particularly criticize the show too hard on this, as I know Antonucci was a huge hater of digital animation.
Fuck digital and draw.
And I know he would have done everything within his power to keep the show with its traditional methods. And to be fair, for the most part the show does look identical to the previous 4 seasons, even managing to maintain those iconic boiling lines. But you can see that the colour palette just isn't quite as colourful. Everything seems darker and doesn't pop out onto the screen. Those slight imperfections of ink and cell blotches are gone and replaced with a perfect crisp digital colouring. But season 5 wasn't just a new season series-wise, but also a new season weather-wise. The show took a pretty bold approach in that season 5 would now take place in the autumn and winter, whereas the previous 4 seasons had now been established to have taken part over the summer holidays. Kind of like Gravity Falls. This is explained to us in the first episode, where Eddie is still trying to convince the other kids that it's still summer, by creating an artificial climate in the cul-de-sac. But when the illusion is broken, the other kids freak out as they realize school will be starting tomorrow.
School starts tomorrow?
Yep, school.
No one checked their calendar?
This was an interesting move by the show, because as we touched upon earlier, the kids seem to exist in a world which is uninhabited by anyone else. So if the kids were to attend school, would there be other kids there to potentially be introduced as new characters? And would there be teachers there to act as new antagonists? Well, no. At least, not exactly. In the similar sense to seasons 1 to 4, where there's heavy indication that the parents are existing off screen, so too is it for the teachers at the school.
The teacher's watching us, Eddie.
Though sometimes we do actually physically see part of the adult characters. We see them interacting with objects, and have the kids interacting with them directly. I like that they attempted to go with this approach, but as a setting it really doesn't fit with the show. It stretches the logic of the show when the entire school is attended by a dozen children, to the point that even the Kanker sisters are sat in the same classrooms as the other kids, despite, you know, the Kanker sisters being several years older. And now
Okay,
that
they
we've
are older.
established that these authority figures actually exist in the school, it seems odd that all these ludicrous events are still able to occur without any adult intervention. At least
Yeah, well, that was the main thing, just to focus on the main characters, but it would have been nice if they actually put some new characters, even though you didn't have to interact with them, just to feel a little bit more lively. You didn't have to make them brand new, like they have to interact with them. They could be like a small side character that you could just put there, or like a offshoot character that you just saw only at the school, like, you know, like on most cartoons, like let's use an example, like what's her name? My Life as a Teenage Robot. They had background characters. Some of them you recognize, some of them did interact with Jenny and her friends, but most of them wasn't. Same thing with what's another show I can think of? The Life or Times of Jimberly and so.
in the previous seasons it was
Or
only
American
implied
Jake
that
Long.
the parents existed. But here, we physically see them on screen. Another problem with the school system is that it breaks the dynamic between the Eds and the other kids. See, it's always implied that the Eds weren't necessarily bad people, they were just loners. And that if they had the opportunity to join in with the other kids, they may just get along. Well, here in the school setting, they are forced into the
Oh, yeah, go? Okay, later, Mike. Thank you for coming in, bro. I appreciate it. But you're right. They could have did that. They could have did like, they did this with Ruby. I forgot. Ruby did that same thing. When they didn't want to make a bunch of characters for a bunch of designs, they, oh man. But like in Ruby, they did that same thing. So when they had characters in the background, they didn't even make them a design. They just made them to a silhouette. Which was kind of bold. I'm not gonna lie, but like, given the time that we lived in with like YouTube animation, it was pretty limited. So it could like, it was not like it was made by a AAA studio at the time. It was just an idea concept that kind of just worked well. So it kind of makes sense.
the same activities as the other kids, but still end up ruining everything. Which makes me think that even if the other kids did accept the Eds, they would still mess it up. Which kinda trails me into my next point, and that's at how bad the characters have developed. Now, if I'm going to be completely honest, I think these negative character traits actually started in Season 4, but they definitely got worse in Season 5. Let's start with my favourite character, Ed. Ed was my favourite character because of his simple, yet brilliant one-liners.
I found my sensitive side because it has a rash.
Thank you for sharing that with us, Ed.
His unpredictable actions, and his happy-go-carefree attitude to life. He was a very wholesome character. But now he's gone from a bit of a simpleton to a complete and utter retard. His stupidity has gone completely through the roof, he's extremely emotional, and his whole character has just been overly simplified. Remember this line from Season 2?
Gravy!
Aw, come on, Double D. I don't say gravy all the time.
Well, in Season 5, he's literally obsessed with the stuff, even grinding a desk over his face when he doesn't get his daily fix of it. Then there's Double D, who, in all honesty, I actually kind of like how his character evolved over the series. Somewhat. He went from being socially awkward and shy to someone who will not only stand up for himself, but also others too. He has a much more caring and mature attitude, which definitely makes him the most likable out of the three Eds. Why is this a problem, you may ask? Well, because this new character of his doesn't fit in with Ed and Eddie. See, originally with his anxiety, Double D needed Eddie as that driving force to push him to do things he otherwise wouldn't. Now though, he's quite capable of doing that himself. His newfound value and morals also puts him into direct conflict with Eddie's scams, with Double D normally having to object or apologize to the other kids on Ed and Eddie's behalf.
Congratulations once again, Kevin.
Making me wonder why he still hangs out with them in the first place. I mean, Christ, there's even some select moments in the show where Kevin, the Ed-hating jock, is seen having some civil moments towards him.
Hey, Double D. What's so funny, hombre?
Like, maybe I can still see Double D liking Ed because he sees charm in his stupidity, but I really can't see why he would still choose to hang out with Eddie. Speaking of which, Eddie, whom in my opinion by far got hit the worst. The show didn't know whether to be an arsehole towards Eddie or to make Eddie the arsehole himself. Eddie, for the most part, is just straight up unlikable in this season. The way he treats Ed and Double D with constant aggression makes you wonder why they bother hanging out with him. I mean, I guess Ed would, because at this stage he clearly doesn't know any better, but what possible reason does Double D have to hang out with him? The entire dynamic with these three characters has just been ruined. Originally they all fit a purpose. Ed was the simple-minded but muscle of the group, Double D was the shy yet smart of the group, and Eddie was the driving force that gave them guidance. But beyond all that, they came across as three guys who had a legitimate friendship. Like how Ed and Eddie would have comforted Double D when he was getting bullied, and helped him to train in order to become stronger. Now Double D and Eddie just seem to be at constant war with each other. They're now only friends because the script demands it, not because they're actually friends. There was the episode Pick and Ed, where Eddie disguises himself as another kid named Carl. The disguise fools the other kids, and Eddie is shocked to find that they're all actually being nice to him. So Eddie decides that he will now keep the Carl persona, and completely dicks on Ed and Double D in the process.
Not likely, friend. I wouldn't hang with these washouts if they were the last two dorks on Earth. Right on.
Only returning back to them because Double D tricks Eddie into thinking that the other kids are still bullying him. But if it wasn't for that, Eddie would have been completely content with abandoning them. And the humor suffered with the show too. Remember how I said in the earlier seasons it had the right balance of slapstick? Well, here it goes way too overboard.
What the fuck? What's this?
Compare the reaction of Eddie suffering from the thorn bush in season 1 to him suffering from a thorn bush in season 5. By the way, when I first saw this episode as a kid, I totally thought this thorn was Eddie's dick.
I'm not Leto!
But the biggest issue I had with season 5 was the writing itself and how episodes played out. With many of the episodes coming across as basic and simply mistreating the Eds even though they didn't really deserve it. And it's only fair to point out, previous seasons did this too. I mean, way back in season 3's episode Stiff Upper Ed, I hated how it unjustly treated Double D. But episodes like that were the exception. Whereas in season 5, they felt like the norm. A few to name example. Tinker Ed, which, by the way, is an episode which made me realise just how annoying and whiny Jimmy's voice had gotten over time.
I think it's different.
Fairy tales are not a load of baloney. They're real, golly gosh. You'll see. You'll see.
Anyway, in this episode, Kevin mocks Jimmy for still believing in fairy tales. The Eds notice Jimmy crying and decide they could fake the existence of fairy tales. Yes, Eddie is doing this just for the money, but the gesture is still beneficial for Jimmy. Unfortunately, the whole thing backfires, and Jimmy is left depressed once again. Sarah then threatens the Eds that they now have to convince Jimmy that fairy tales are real, so the Eds have to humiliate themselves dressed as fairy tale characters. Only to realise the whole thing was a setup by Sarah and Jimmy. My gripe with this episode is why was it that the Eds were getting blamed by Sarah? Wasn't it Kevin that started this whole mess?
Yeah.
Why is she not pissed off at him? And worse yet, Kevin actually comes out on top at the end of the episode, despite being the arsehole that started the conflict in the first place. Smile for the Ed. This is one of those episodes where the show just decides to be an arsehole to Eddie. Eddie is trying to get a decent school photo, so his mum will give him the keys to his brother's bedroom. As the photo is being taken, Kevin calls him a dork, which messes up the picture. The picture then gets shared around the school, and Eddie is mocked by the other kids. Eventually, Double D helps Eddie set up for a second photo, but that too again is ruined by Kevin. The episode ends with Eddie receiving a week's detention for all the photocopies of his face, despite, Kevin being the one who photocopied them, and also for impersonating the school's principal, despite, Double D being the one who impersonated him. To which Double D even lets Eddie take the blame for it.
Really? A whole week? Gracious, Ed has something for you, Eddie.
Yeah, nice morals you got there, Double D.
How could I do such a thing? I don't even know who I am anymore!
But I think my most hated episode has to be Cleanliness to the Next Ed. This is just a cheap, gross-out Double D torture porn, which has Double D becoming increasingly filthy as he desperately looks for a shower. This includes him becoming covered in literal animal shit, which Ed licks off of him later in the episode, sending Double D insane, despite him,
I beg your pardon? I don't remember him licking anything off this man. What the hell? I beg your pardon? What? Bro, what? When did this happen? Oh my god. I don't remember this. I don't have no recollection of him having so much garbage on him, and then... I don't remember this. What the hell is this? I have no recollection of this. None.
Being in filthy situations prior and not having much of an issue with it. And by the end of the episode, Double D is forced to be bathed by Ed, who readies the cheese grater to clean him. Weak writing, poor character treatment, and lazy gross out. So, to conclude this long and overly drawn out analysis, Ed, Edd n Eddy was a remarkable show. It almost felt like the last of its era, and certainly was a high to go out on. Unfortunately though, I think the show just fell victim to the same factor that many other long-time shows have.
Longevity.
And that's the pressure to keep upping the antics from previous events. Characters had to become more wild and exaggerated, and episodes had to become more spectacular and shocking, which sacrificed the substance and charm that made the series great to begin with. I know I put a lot of blame on this in season 5, but in reality, these cracks had already began forming in season 4. And as sad as it was for the series to end, maybe this was the best time for it. But even though season 5 had its many, many problems, I'd still consider season 5 quality to be good when compared to other animated series. It just pales in comparison to what had come from seasons 1 to 3. And though Ed, Edd n Eddy may be gone, the series' legacy lives on in our hearts. Every time I hear the word dork, I think of Ed, Edd n Eddy. Every time I see the term cul-de-sac, I think of Ed, Edd n Eddy. And every time I hear, I think of Ed, Edd n Eddy. So, what's the future for Ed, Edd n Eddy? Well, as of today, there's been no confirmation of a series revival or any kind of one-off specials. When asked about any future projects, Antonucci stated in 2012 that he was currently working on a new series, and in 2017 released a pilot episode for his new series called Snot Rocket, which is... interesting. Kind of like a mix of the old Roger Rabbit shorts, where the main character has to babysit a child, but with the wacky imagination of Ed and his story of the Kanker sisters.
Ed, your story's getting weird.
Just watch the short and you'll see what I mean. I wouldn't exactly call it a masterpiece, but the animation is nice, and I wish Antonucci the best with it. I should probably also mention that within season 5 there were 4 television specials. These were actually alright. The Christmas special I particularly liked, until the very end. And the Halloween special offered some nice visuals.
Bro, what the fuck?
And of course, the television film finale to the series,
Ed, Edd n Eddy's Big Picture. Adventure Show.
Was it a shimmering light at the end of a dark tunnel to give Ed, Edd and Eddy the send-off it deserves? Or was it the final nail in the coffin? Well, this video has gone on long enough, so I will dedicate a review to it in the next one. But thank you so much to you guys that are still watching. I know it was a very long video, but please leave a like if you enjoyed, and comment below your thoughts on the Ed, Edd and Eddy series, along with any other series you'd like me to tackle in the future. But until the next one, guys, take care.
Ed, your story's getting fucking weird, bro. That's what should like. What the Ed? What the fuck? What is this? What Ed? What the fuck is this, bro? Ed, your stories are getting fucking weird. Hold on. There we go.
At Simply, we work hard to keep things simple. And nature works even harder. Simply, say yes to simple.
Hey, Joe, what are you doing here on a weekday? You didn't call for an appointment, man. It's gonna be a while. I was afraid of this. Go ahead and sit down. Oh, yeah.
Wow, that's a whole fucking. What the fuck? Come on, YouTube, stop being a piece of shit.
If you don't know who Kei Urana is, chances are you will very soon. To put it lightly, Kei Urana is one of the most talented authors in modern day manga. Her series, Gachiakuda, by the way, yes, it is Gachiakuda. I've been calling it Gachiakuda this entire time, and quite frankly, I feel like a huge idiot. I've only ever seen the word written, okay? Has received wide acclaim and is now one of the most anticipated anime adaptations of 2025. Urana has been praised for her skills by both fans and mangaka alike. She went from being a massive fan of Soul Eater as a kid to eventually being recognized by Soul Eater's creator as his official successor. At Weekly Shonen Magazine, the new series by Kei Urana has started. This is someone who loved Soul Eater since they were a child. Urana is my legitimate successor who has already surpassed me. If you like my manga, you should definitely like this one too. Check it out, it's seriously cool. I'm already defeated. That is some incredibly high praise, and she's earned every bit of it. And I can hear what some of you might be saying right now. Well, I've never heard of her. What makes her so special? And oh boy, I'm so glad you asked.
Shit.
We first need to rewind the clock back all the way to the mid-2000s, right in the middle of Studio Bones' rise to prominence, one of Kei Urana's favorite animation studios. When I was little, I used to sit in front of the TV eagerly waiting for my favorite anime shows to come on. And as that little kid, I used to dream about one day having my own manga turned into an anime by Bones, a studio I love. By the way, might I just say excellent taste, as Bones is also my favorite studio, except for that one time. But you know, no one lives forever, and I don't know how much of my life I want to spend talking about Metallic Rouge, so we're just gonna ignore that. This love of anime would carry over to her high school years, and it was during this time that she finally decided that she wanted to be a mangaka. Now, something very interesting about her is that despite the fact that she very much goes against the grain of what you'd expect from a typical mangaka, i.e. she, you know, actually shows her face on camera, scandalous, I know, there isn't really a lot of information on her life before she was a mangaka or how she even got into the industry. That being said, what we do know is that leading up to her entry within the manga industry, she would upload art to her Twitter fairly consistently. And it's here that not only can we see some prototypes for characters that would eventually show up in Gachiakuda, but also just how ridiculously good her art was. It's clear that she was very much inspired by Soul Eater, but at the same time, it's very unique to her. But we'll save the art analysis for later. All you need to know is that before she had even drawn a manga, she was basically already a master. Okay, but you know, being a good artist and telling a good story aren't the same thing. Your art doesn't matter if no one likes your Just let me finish, okay? Let me finish. I think one of the craziest things about Kei Urana as an author is that prior to her serialized manga debut, she had actually worked on 2 one-shot stories, Nokase and Shikido, both of which would go on to win awards, with Nokase winning Weekly Shonen Magazine's 2018 Manga Grand Prix and Shikido winning the 103rd Weekly Shonen Magazine Newcomer Rookie Award. Right off the bat, her work in manga was being praised, and this is undoubtedly what led to Urana's first childhood dream coming to fruition, getting to work with Atsushi Okubo on his latest manga, Fire Force. I can only imagine the sheer joy she felt in this moment. Just imagine having someone you've looked up to your entire life, who created what you consider a pillar of your childhood, seeing your work and thinking that you're good enough to work with them. I imagine it would be utterly mind-blowing, but also very, very stressful. Because at that point, you are working on a decently large IP, and you do not want to be the weak link in that scenario. Despite this, however, Urana would serve as Okubo's assistant for a number of years, honing her skills and learning everything she could from him. And eventually, as we already know, would even surpass him, at least according to Okubo himself. And, you know, considering he created Soul Eater and Fire Force, I'm pretty confident his opinion is one worth listening to. That being said, Urana couldn't just assist on Okubo's work forever. She needed to do something that was her own thing. And it's here that we finally witness the birth of Gachiakuda. Gachiakuda was actually born from a very simple idea. The idea that even trash has value. It's clear that Urana wanted to tell a story about the trash we discard, whether it's the soda can that you just threw into the trash 10 minutes ago, or the individuals in society that are deemed worthless. Not unlike the main protagonist, Rudo, who is chucked into the abyss by those higher in society than him. And that is just so punk rock of her, which, you know, is fitting considering how punk rock she looks. One of the core elements of Gachiakuda's story is the idea of jinki, or vital instruments, essentially pieces of junk that to most people probably wouldn't mean much, but carry essential value to those who own them. I won't dive deep into this to save on time, but in Gachiakuda, inanimate objects can be imbued with the power of thought and emotions from those that cherish and value these objects, and thus can be turned into insane weapons. In the past, I broke a pin that I was holding on to in anger. I cried a lot then because I was very attached to it. From there, I thought to deal with value, objects, and broken things. And that's how Gachiakuda was born. This simple childhood story composes the entire soul of Gachiakuda, to the point that Urana's broken pin is even referenced in the first panel of the manga, Urana's own beloved piece of trash. When she created this manga, having a distinctly trashy look was something she prioritized, using the slums from Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind as one of her inspirations. And I have to say, I don't think she could have picked a better theme or premise to complement her absolutely insane art style. Something that's really apparent about Urana's work is how much she's able to make her characters stand out. I've said this a few times before, but it really is a skill to make something kind of grimy, unsightly, and even unhinged, but also appealing to look at the same time. And she's gotten so good at this that, according to her, it's just natural for her at this point. I create them to be decent people, but then I actually draw them, and for some reason they turn out to be freaky weirdos. I've given up, realizing that this is who they truly are. One of Urana's biggest strengths is the sheer amount of emotion she's able to get her characters to express. Whether it's joy, disgust, anger, or excitement, her characters' faces absolutely explode with emotion. And it makes it so easy to not only understand what that character is going through, but empathize with them. I think that for a lot of anime, capturing realism and nuance is a priority. And that's not to say that this isn't a valid strategy, but at the same time, these are drawings, 2D representations of people. When you're able to just let loose like this, it can really leave an impression.
I'll look into it
and
a
this is
little bit.
only accentuated with the method she actually
I'll look into
uses
it a little
to
bit. I just
draw,
gotta
with very
just,
bold,
I'm
messy,
taking too long
sketchy
getting stuff.
lines. And Urana is able to achieve this look because, according to her, she predominantly draws using paper.
鉛筆で描いてみたり、筆ペンで劇画みたいな感じでしてみたり、デジタルの方ができる幅も結構多いんですけど、デジタルの筆圧検知では検知できないところまで表現してくれるのがアナログだと思うので、ここは魂込めたいなってところはアナログでしっかり描くようにしてます。どうしてもここはなんか古めかしい場所にしたいなみたいな時とかは和紙みたいなやつをビリビリって破ったりしてかっつけてコラージュっぽくしたりしていろんな試みはしてみてます。
This practice of analog drawing is also something that Japanese graffiti artist Hideyoshi Ando employs, who designs all the graffiti art for Gachiakata. And it's with Ando's graffiti along with Urana's stunning character designs and art style that brings this entire world and all these characters to life. And it makes this manga its own unique thing and has led to Gachiakata being praised by critics, with the series even being nominated for and winning awards. For instance, Gachiakata won the Global Award at the 2022 Next Manga Awards. And this was before it even had an English translation. Gachiakata wins awards from vibes alone. And this is exactly why Studio Bones simply couldn't ignore it. So this July, next month actually, at the time of this video, the Gachiakata anime by Studio Bones will finally be airing. And thus, Kei Urana's ultimate childhood dream has finally come to fruition. And all I have to say to that is, that's awesome. The manga industry is harsh, cruel, and anything but predictable. So to see someone who truly stuck by her passion and is now experiencing it pay off in the biggest way she can imagine, it's just so inspirational. And so really all I have to say is, if you like big fleshed out worlds, cool characters, awesome art, sick action, this shonen is for you. It's so clear how much love, care, and hard freaking work this person has put into the story, world, and characters. Even going on record saying that at times she's even worked 24-hour days to fully realize it. She deserves to have her story seen by the entire world. So this July, do yourself a massive favor and watch Gachiakata. Wait, no, Gachiakata. Gachiakata! God, I thought I had it!
Is this the anime where the MC can turn junk scraps into kind of... Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Hold on. See here, sorry about that. Hold on.
And what is this one manga that's sweeping the entire nation? Well, that would be none other than Kagurabachi. Kagurabachi.
Kagurabachi. Kagurabachi. Kagurabachi. Anime.
Side games.
Side games.
Cyber Agent Studios. Side games. Picture.
This is gonna be fire. The greatest anime adaptation. The biggest IP.
And it will be incredible.
There's a problem with the upcoming Kagurabachi adaptation.
Well, I will add it to the list when anime is released. It is released. It came out a week ago. Episode 2 has already been out. Episode 2 came out like a couple of days ago. Oh yeah. We'll check that in a second. I know you didn't ask, but I'm slowly improving and bothering. No, that's perfectly fine. Letting me know. It's good. Let me see. Improving in body drawing and gesture drawing. Good. I'm actually proud of you that you're still working on your gesture drawing. Can't wait to see what you produce and or share with us. That's good, I was meaning to ask
Have you noticed that with every passing year, shonen adaptations become more and more scarce? Here, let me show you. My Hero Academia, announced at chapter 65. Jujutsu Kaisen, chapter 85. Chainsaw Man, surprisingly 97, right at the end of its first full-length saga. Yet, when you look at the current Jump roster, Elusive Samurai, 101. Undead Unluck, 123. Blue Box, 125. Witch Watch, 166. Sakamoto Days, 167. There's no definitive answer for why things have turned out to be this way, but we can get some pretty big clues by taking a little lecture-informed deep dive into this cool little thing called anime production. I've compiled what I like to call the holy trifecta to all things anime production, proofread and sourced by an actual animation industry ball knower. However, if I do get some stuff wrong, I obsessively read every comment, positive and negative alike, so do leave one if the situation calls for it.
Very good.
All anime are built on business, animation, and schedule. Beginning with the business side of things, we have what is called the production pipeline. This involves key ideas such as the planning phase, approval for licensing also known as green lighting, studio bidding wars, and investments from TV channels and editorial companies, all contributing to forward the eventual release of the anime. Regarding animation, you have roles like the animation producer and a director of their choosing, who then recruit designers, storyboarders, and a crew of animators. These can be sourced from social media, former connections, or even job applications. And scheduling ensures that all of the above occurs in a pre-arranged time frame with no delays, compromises, or ideally no shortcuts. Going through every one of these segments is where the complexity starts feeling like academic overkill. So just humor me with these basics in mind. The holy trifecta. Kagurabachi's business is booming, that much is certain. Sales on a constant uprise, 7 soon to be 8 volumes worth of catalog to print, and psst, this is a secret between me and you, okay? The series has already been greenlighted. Even the fated studio bidding wars have concluded, and the presumed winner, according to credible enough sources, happens to be Cyber Agent and Cygames Pictures. Very nice. But, and this might have sprouted in your mind already, every series I just listed had the same thing happen to them. Yet the release date in chapter count varied tremendously. Right now, Kagurabachi's already behind.
Well, if you buy a tablet, you don't have to worry about worrying about using
let's just face it, is a shock to nobody. MHA grappled onto the big superhero boom of 2015 with the outrageous success of the MCU and profited like crazy. By the looks of things, Kagurabachi will also lose to Jujutsu Kaisen and maybe Chainsaw Man, although that's a very big maybe considering the amount of chapters left to cover. Also worth mentioning that at its latest, the anime adaptation announcement will come during its 2nd year anniversary, because if it doesn't, like with all trends, eventual decline is bound to happen.
Right now we're listening to an analyzation about some anime that's coming up, but just to let everyone know, as soon as I'm done with the sketch commission here, we will go I don't think we'll have time for this, and I don't think we'll have time for this. Well, this is actually something I'm doing on my own. I don't think we'll even have time for this. We'll have to do this next Tuesday. We'll have time for this. I just have to color it in pretty much, but I don't know. We'll see. If I don't take too long. If I don't get it done by 9, I'll hold it off. Well, that depends. It actually depends. Do you see yourself doing it, taking it seriously? That depends on the individual. Well, if that's the case, don't buy it if you're not going to use it. But if you do see yourself drawing more, I would buy it because you don't have to use more paper, if that makes a difference.
That decline is ideally countered by the hype and sales that come from an anime announcement. Wait too long, and the manga might have already ended. Think of Haikyuu, specifically
Yeah, just let everyone know. Yeah, we're going to finish the sticker here of the Jujutsu Kaisen stickers of Sukuna and Yuji. You can always get a pen that has like a rubber at the end that makes you don't gain friction. Because there's tabs like that. You can get a tablet always. No, don't expect too much from me. I'm too busy working, so I barely hold my pencils. I gotcha. But yeah, so I'm working on, I may have to redo this line work because since my line work has improved, I think the boldness of these lines are a little ridiculous, so I will have to probably reline this again, like I did with Rudo. So it looks a lot more presentable because I think there's too many thick lines here, but we will get to that. So hopefully if I get this before 9, so.
Movie that came out 4 years after its conclusion in Weekly Shonen Jump, all due to that delay. Haikyuu is an undeniable global sensation, but one can only imagine how much wider it could have spread if announcements overlapped one another, keeping that monstrous moment.
Because because as soon as I'm done with Sukuna and Yuji, I have to do, I already have Gojo and, what's his other fuck, what's his name? Megumi and his father. I have them done as well, I just have to color them. But I'll only do those 2 for tonight. Hello, Jordan. Yeah, Jordan, just vibing. Okay.
Momentum alive. So while I can see a looming problem for the Kagurabachi adaptation coming from its tardiness, that's hardly the only factor pointing to trouble on the horizon. A far bigger issue is the aesthetic. I love Chainsaw Man. In fact, one of my most cherished memories is binge reading all of part 1 in one sitting, having not a single thing spoiled, getting to digest, experience, and witness all the craziness that makes up Tatsuki Fujimoto. And I adore the anime adaptation. This, however, is the minority opinion. Most avid of admirers would go on hour-long tirades about how they got the character designs all wrong, action completely fumbled, and the aesthetic
I just realized.
It goes without saying, but Kagurabachi runs the risk of facing these exact same problems. Set up in a similarly cinematic fashion, packed with Hollywood-inspired Easter eggs from Michael Bay explosions to Tarantino's Tokyo, Nolan's muted color palette, and Stahelski's action sequences. The list is endless. This is not me saying that Kagurabachi needs MAPPA to succeed. This is me saying that the anime needs cinematic directorial input. Without it, the whole thing crumbles. While this next one might not be seen as a universal problem, these are mostly just me problems. Anyway, voice actors. The crux of all...
I don't know if it has any presetted VTubing soup, but if it does or doesn't, I will have to create one.
Dialogue. I'm not familiar with the dubbing scene of the anime industry, but what I can say as someone who reads both the Japanese and English versions of the manga, the realm of words is intense. Most Japanese seiyuu take their job incredibly seriously, and rightfully so, wanting to deliver the best performance possible for scenes that fans have been waiting forever to see adapted. No matter how small a moment may seem, they're sure to give it their all. Born from that ruthless work ethic are industry giants like, pick this guy for any manly evil villain, Junichi Suabe. God, I can't get enough of his voice, Kenjiro Tsuda. And the angry kid that always goes on tantrums, Yuki Kanji.
Hello, 1 second.
Kagurabachi being popular opens up a window for any of these leading performers to take the front row and without a doubt bring their S game. But I don't want that. A new big booming series like this gives space for a rookie to arrive and totally dominate the field and become known for that specific role. While I currently feel that Shiba's voice actor Jun Fukushima is dear to me, he's also very replaceable as long as they come bearing a proper Kansai dialect. Shoya Ishige, however, is an unreplaceable gem. Being able to act out both the matured adult Chihiro and the heartbroken 15-year-old scenes, his range knows no bounds. A voiced character like Chihiro runs the risk of sounding either too edgy
No,
or too
it was
laid back.
curious if I did have a suit. But since we don't have it, I'll have to make one one day just for the joke.
And he exists in the perfect middle road. I mean,
I just gotta remember to do that next time.
俺がやらないと尺も両党も一刻も早く見つけ出さないとすぐ行きます正気に見えてたのか聞きたいことがあるお前らのようなクズが見過ごすわけにはいかない炎天
Beyond my hopes and dreams riding on the choice to cast this diamond jewel of an actor, here are some of my one can only hope fan casts, underrated ones at that.
I'll sleep right now, thanks mate. No problem. Toro.
聞きたいことがあるまあその通り土産持ってきたで
お取り込み中すみません同時たちが集まっているのだ
きっと君の信頼を勝ち取ってみせるよ
俺んじゃねえかって考えがよぎらねえんだ
おい起きろやてめえに指図される筋合いねえ俺はそんなルールクソくらえって
変わったんじゃねえ
なんでさいいじゃんかよ電話戻ったようだけど私に報告か俺の未来も見えるんだっけ
ここに何の用だ
共有財産じゃないか
我は天の災い
この近所の学生といったら
さてと俺を知ってるって顔だな
友達だと思われたら迷惑だろお前の旦那妻はうるさそうだ
本当におかしくなっちまったのか人生はラクリウムのためにあった
本当に大悪党だったんだ
命のやり取りをしよう
俺は塔をつけて頂点を取るつもりなんだ
妖術を見たことは
私が怖いか
道場じゃなくてさ
全力で遂行する
生き様に一貫性なんて必要ないさえずるなよゴミが剣を交えてお前の心が指導を踏まえて明日に実施
戦闘態勢に入る
大それた真似はできません邪魔されないようにお前たちを利用した
ルールばっかり守ってたら守れないものもあるかもよ
Yet I hold my biggest fear of them all in this one specific, constantly talked about piece to the puzzle when it comes to adapting material. I'm of course talking about the pacing. Take a look at this.
ごめん、あまない。俺は今、お前のために怒ってない。誰も憎んじゃいない。今はただただ、この世界が心地いい。
Both scenes are beautiful, but in different ways. The raw, expressive emotion of the manga permeates the pages, his expression full of tension and release. It's visceral, yet the anime makes it a spectacle. A piano solo, a sky painted in golden hues, and a simultaneous feeling of ecstasy, relief, and ascension, all in one package. Every time I watch this scene, I can't shake the feeling that the manga panel was done dirty. One of Gege's most iconic moments reframed with a completely different angle, a completely different expression, and worst of all, completely different character art. Given the striking cinematography of Kagurabachi and the amount of iconic, heart-stopping, jaw-dropping, gut-wrenching, and thought-provoking scenes, it's essential that those panels are treated with the respect they deserve. And even in a perfect world where all of that comes to be realized, it'll more than likely be ruined by its pacing. If the anime takes the 12 episode route, we'd likely get both the Sojo and the Rakuzaichi arc, looking to finish somewhere near chapter 44, 45, or maybe even 46 if we're lucky. That's great, that's fantastic, I'll be seated. But if it ends up being 24 episodes, now we're talking chapters in the 80s, maybe even the 90s. Also great, also fantastic. But after the premiere, each episode, regardless of the total count, will likely adapt around 2 to 4 chapters, sometimes more. That's pretty much the standard for a typical weekly Shonen Jump adaptation. Which brings us to a problem. This scene, 3 seconds. That scene, 5 seconds. This scene, no more than 10 seconds. Chihiro's fresh hatred?
Well, it will naturally get more screen time since part of the first chapter. Most anime, especially shonen series, only adapt the first chapter.
You get the point, right? Your favorite scene will pass by in an instant. Remind yourself of the first time you read a chapter that just amazed you. That wow moment probably came from a singular page, whether that's a cool art piece, an insane plot development, or something really emotional and touching. It all hits you at once. But it also doesn't move unless you do. In manga reading, you are the maker of your own experience. It sounds crazy to say, but the anime needs to move. But with the manga, you can slow down, soak in the page layouts, study the paneling, admire the art, the character designs. Every detail enriches the experience. And yeah, sure, you can pause the episode. Of course you can. But it's just not the same, and you know that. Now, the title of this video might be something like, The Problem with the Upcoming Kagurabachi Adaptation. Yet, despite how that may come off, I'm not here to be negative. I actually have a lot of faith in this adaptation. The studio, the team behind it, the sheer vision that I don't even know of. Still, there's one core sentiment I want to leave you with, and you've probably guessed it by now. Treat the anime and manga as 2 separate entities. I know, wild, right? It's called an adaptation for a reason. You expect it to adapt the material, and adapt it will. But will be my most audacious claim yet. But whatever comes out of that studio, and whatever it is that we will experience on our screens, to a lot of people, that will be the pinnacle of their Kagurabachi experience. At the end of the day, the original purpose of an anime adaptation is to bring attention to the source material and drive home engagement. If the anime can elevate scenes that the manga wasn't able to, and in doing so pushes the viewer to pick up a volume or 2, then honestly, it doesn't matter what my personal grievances or gripes are. That's an adaptation done right. And if, by some miracle, the sky falls, hell freezes over, and I end up enjoying the anime more than the original, well, you best believe I'll be the first one to admit that I was wrong. So now, all that's left to do is wait and see.
That was not as interesting to listen to as I thought. That was actually quite boring. I'm not gonna lie. So because of that, and I need to get this done, we're gonna watch cringe shit. We're gonna watch cringe shit. Or Lazarus. This. Yes. Cringe. Let's say cringe rappers. Rapping. Let's get our daily dose of the cringe. Yeah. Let's see. I'ma make you guys suffer. Let me see here. Go here. Cringe rapper. Cringy rapper hates Gen Z. Don't care about that. Cringe rap fails. The home of cringe. Okay. Alright, let's hope this doesn't go down a very weird path than I should. The yes, let's go. Oh, not this. I remember this. This kid says some insane stuff.
Yo, yes, like the bister, I'm gonna rape your little sister. Yo,
what?
Yes, like the bister,
oh my god, bro.
I'm gonna rape your little sister.
What the hell?
No,
wait, what the hell? You spent motherfucker, you said $60? No! No! Bean, stop. Fuck. Now I gotta get that. Okay. Fuck! Okay, she sent $60. Okay, wait. Okay, I think she sent $60. Oh, what the fuck? I wanna watch some cringe shit over here. Dropping cash at money. What the hell? Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Okay, let me see. $60. Let me see how much. Okay. What was that applied to a sketch? I think. Let me see. God damn it, Bean! Ah! What do you want art of? First, tell me what you want art of. And wait, you said give me art. What art do you want exactly, hon?
Give her a kicking. Yo, yes, my name's called Tate. Hard when you head off a gate. Might be a bimbo, put your head through a window, that's why we have beef, yes. Calm down with your blast, talk about my mum, talk about yours, yo. Use the bullshit active, your mum look at 8 from planet the earth.
Chibi line art with color. Let me see. What's that? Chibi line art with color. What exactly? Let me see. Hold on, let me check real quick here. $60 today. Okay. You must run my persona. The one I recently updated. Okay. Do you have a particular pose you want for your persona? You can pick if you want, or you can let me choose. But you can pick if you want. I'd rather you pick. I like it when people pick, actually. Let me see. Let this play in as I look.
James, think you're a gypsy, don't get me peak, you will get drop kick, it'll be easy. Shit scared of Reese Lindsay. Listens to Bimby, how embarrassing.
Let's kill the hater.
Oh my god! This! I remember this! Holy shit! This is art! This is horrible, cringe art! I remember this! What the hell?
Alright, here we go.
Here we go.
I said here we go.
Here we go!
Okay.
A rapper is making. Watch this.
I got my gun. Let's go find this hater, put a bullet in his fucking head, cause it's gonna make him die. Every motherfucking member of this crew.
What the hell, Street? Oh my god, what the fuck?
Yo, held up.
Smithy boy.
Nice work.
Check it, man. Yo, safely.
Whoa, we were.
Okay, yeah, she
Yo.
And rendered. Oh, she wants colors.
Don't get a fucking
Let's
from all the
go.
I'm just like,
Okay.
to the door for the straight man. Look at the
Yes,
wolf
boy.
sitting on a barrel.
That was
Man,
gorgeous.
you know what you'll get pod like the 10-man speed. You got Twitter, but you ain't got no tweets. Think so bad, but you're sitting in your car because you think you're what man. Tell I'm a easy star. Yo, because I got all my boys
God.
with a what man with the guns and toys, man. Don't
This
get
is what I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for those who are UK fans of my work. This is not an attack personally towards y'all, but y'all gotta stop rapping. That shit is fucking horrible. I'm saying this now as a ex-New Yorker from America. Stop that fucking rapping. It's horrible. Sound like you have a jawbreaker in the back of your throat. Stop it. This is horrible. I can't. That shit's crazy. like you put a fork in a blender. What the hell? What is this? Ah! It just makes me so mad. What the fuck?
If you got puts and bruises, you know one thing, man, you're gonna
Okay,
be
go to
losing.
Discord.
Losing like the fucking spot, what? That's it, man, until we've all got. Don't get a fucking fear in the factory. That's it, look, cause you don't get that satisfaction.
It's held up, man, I get my guap. Top of the block, man, I get dropped cause I'm top of the beat. Don't give a fuck if you think you can fuck with me. I pull to the ends and I stack that beat, get that guap cause I'm bars up. Right, I'm a regular top of the league, get fat, dog. I'm a heavy girl, but I see your girl, I'm better than quit. Legs wide open, it's better than shit. That fine pussy, I'm making it snake, you a fool that got dropped to the left. What?
Go tell I might tell that OT1. You're not sure that I fucked your mom on a dip in a bush, man. Hope you're funny cause I swear down blood the both and it's a tranny.
Bro, you're like 8. You're 8. I'm pretty sure you look 8.
Oh, shall I say girlfriend to the OT1? Well, that's it, man, cause I go for the bomb, man. Not for the bomb, man. Go for the.
Oh no, here we go. I can see this was gonna be a straight banger. Let it be please be American so I can laugh at it even harder. I swear to God, if it's... No, it's the same one.
Be your fault that Milby's dead. She be bitching for me again. I'll send back and I'll send back. Got hurt last time, yeah, she mad. Be your fault that Milby's dead. Stupid bitching for me again. I'll send back and I'll send back. Got hurt last time, yeah, bitch, you mad. Millie, you embarrassing scared. Said my balls are fucking pet. You ain't nothing, you are wet. You're the biggest one guy ever.
As she's saying this, I'm pretty sure they're ordering tea. I bet you she's ordering tea while saying this. Right? I wonder where he is now. Oh my God. Okay, I'm looking at her.
You said I give shit head. I replied, so we'll be dead. She peek out, yeah, shut your legs. Forever they're broken, forever they're spread. Nearly got banged, will be bled. That is what your best mate said. You see me, you ran and fled, so I'll put you on your deathbed. And you saying that I need a blender. Look at yourself, I don't need a defender. Ask these never you pipe the fuck down. I'm the guy clean and I keep in my crown. I'm about to.
Oh no, he dabbed. This is 2016. This is peak 2016. I'm telling you right now. Let me see. Okay, she wants the peak 2016. Bye. Okay. Let me see. Okay. You want this, please? Okay, with the little pillow. No pillow. Okay, we'll do that one. And those overalls. This clothing, please, overall with a sweater. The same exact clothing, the same overall jeans and everything with the sweater. This whole getup right here. I can do that. Yeah, I can definitely do that. Yeah, it don't look that hard. And the shoes too? Or do you have a special shoes you want her to wear? Or she's gonna have her cat feet. Cat feet. My little cat feet. More fluffy? Okay. Do you have I'll make it fluffy, but if you have an idea of a sweater that you want to find and send me, you can. Alright, I got you. So as soon as I'm done with the sketch for Fox, I'll jump right to XJ9's one. Oh no, the legend again! He has blessed us again! We're gonna get it!
It's called Hater Party. Alright, check.
Hater Party?
Me and some other Juggalo riders were going
Oh,
down
you're a
Route
Juggalo?
66. We seen a bar on the right, we pulled in. We saw a lot of vehicles, so maybe we thought something was going on tonight. It's a Friday night, so you never fucking know, right? So I went in. Here, everybody's dancing around, saying, fuck
Bro,
the
I know you're trying to be like a Juggalo type rapper, and I get that, but you're more of a Blueface rapper. Motherfucker don't even rap on beat. He's like on a whole different wavelength. What the fuck's happening? Like, he's literally off key completely, and he just keeps going. On purpose. You are a Blueface type rapper. You probably don't even know it. Blueface ain't doing that stupid shit. Sometimes it works, I'm not even gonna lie. But then again, it mostly does not work. Please don't do this. What the fuck?
Juggalo riders So we pull out our hatchets and our pistols. We raid on in. We're like, "What the fuck did you say, you little bitch?" Leader comes out. He's like, "You guys get the fuck out of here, faggots."
Hey, wait! Calm down! China is the greatest place in the world. I love China. China. Woo! China is the best. It has the best ramen, best soup. I eat their soup. I hate soup, but it's from China. It's the best soup. I hope this is a great distraction. He didn't say that. I didn't say that. It didn't come through my mic. No, you didn't know. China's great. You better be careful yourself, half-naked boy. You can get me in trouble.
So I shot him. He fell to the motherfucking ground. The rest of the haters, they all had these goddamn knives, switchblades and shit. So I'm like, alright, let's go. Me and my 3 other homies, MK was one of them. He went over, jumped off the side of the building.
Bro, are you rapping or are you just reading off shit? Is he reading off something? What the fuck? Wait, what the hell? You guys are watching me and my eyes are overlapped like this? What the hell? What is going on? Why am I... What the fuck? What the... Oh, shit. Hold on. I know. Wait, that's my fault. Oh, shit. Oh, get this little shit on me. Hold on. Fuck. Okay. What's happening? Okay, first thing, I'm gonna clean this up. Good thing I know the color of this. Let me see. Sorry guys, I don't mean to pause it. I know you guys hate it when I do that. Hold on. I'm gonna move little bro over here. I don't know, put him, I think, up here. No.
Just a freestyle.
Okay.
Oh, this is a legend too.
Well, let me sit back. Go ahead.
This bro's a legend on this one. Let me see.
Years ago, they tried to put me in the. This is a lie.
Bro was about to rap and he realized he was... The truth came into the chat. Entered the chat. And he said it was a lie. It's all a lie.
Did you want to try to read something from your book?
Yeah.
Place with Islam based in age, bit of pace, bit in in the place, safe to be, ecstasy, safe to be with the bass in your face, with the bitches in the place, rocking the place, safe to be, ecstasy, as you see, that is fucking me.
What?
You ready for this shit, Bob?
I don't trust you kids. You kids be dropping some crazy F-bombs.
Carb on it, you get me?
You better not drop an F-bomb.
No. Don't give a fuck.
I swear to God, if you drop an F-bomb, kid, I'm gonna send you a very angry letter. I don't care you're even 45 at this point. I don't care if you're grown now. I'm sending you an angry letter. I will find you. He did? Fuck!
What's that? Pussies, man. Crack it. Rock!
Oh my God.
Me and this girl, it was just one thing. She sat on my dick and my dick went
Okay,
pink.
I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't have grown children out here. Even if that person's already past that age, I can't have grown children be saying this on my stream. I can't. I just can't. I have integrity to a degree, bro. Like, I'm an adult. I can't be having kids saying this crazy shit on my fucking stream. Even if it's a cringe video, I can't do it. I can't do it. I'd rather watch something else. We'll watch another cringe video, but I ain't gonna be no stupid kids. I'm dead serious. I can't do this. I can't do this. I'm an adult. I have to show some form of, like, responsibility on my behalf. We'll watch another cringe video. I tried my best, but, like, I wish my reactions got me where I was. Oh, fuck. I wish it was, like, especially when I'm playing game. They're usually pretty funny, I think. Oh, if you guys are wondering, yes, I am still editing that 17-hour video of us playing Repo. 17 hours. 17 straight hours of content. Oh my god, that is horrible. Not saying it's horrible in the sense of like the content is actually great. There's a lot of funny moments between me and Mike, me and Bean, both Bean and Mike. It's funny. Oh, we was gonna play Peak today, but I don't think that's happening because Mike is not on, and I think Bean just got home, and I have to do the commission for her today. So I guess we'll play Peak next week. Or if I'm lucky, I get to stay home tomorrow. Which I really doubt. Or if I don't have to go tomorrow, I can go on the weekend. Let's hope, but I don't think that's happening. But we need Mike. It'd be crazy. You don't want to wait till next Monday or Tuesday? Because I want to get these I gotta get these drawings done. I gotta get these drawings done because it's gonna take me forever to get back to them. They're so bad. Instagram rap.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it.
Instagram rap battles? Let's go.
A complete AI creation platform made for anyone with an idea.
Sadly, I won't be home.
And a drive to bring it to life. Describe what you want and watch it take
That's
shape.
why I work my ass off.
You can plan, customize, and
That's why I need to work my ass off.
And drive to bring it.
Because of the new scheduling I have to do because of family stuff, this is why I'm pushing everyone to go to the Patreon or buy me a coffee.
Okay, if there's one AI site builder,
because once we get to a certain amount of income based on buy me a coffee or Patreon or both of them together, I can go back doing this and I can do this full time, not do it as a side job anymore. I can do it like a full-time thing, and we can stream every day and do a lot of other content other than just art. But we need to build on that fan base first. I will be posting new stuff on the Patreon and the Buy Me a Coffee. I will be posting them this week, so don't worry. Because I know I usually said this and I didn't really post over there all that much, but I will be posting a lot of my stuff over there. I'll post some stuff on social media here and there, like the traditional art stuff and maybe a gesture drawing thing or whatever, but most of those stuff are going to go to the Patreon and the Buy Me a Coffee.
This is dope tech from Wix.
Or, as everyone knows, buy me soup. Okay.
Folks, this was a topic that I've been trying to avoid for a really long time. Most commentary channels have already made their version on this. I didn't want to intrude. I didn't want to be the one who made the worst version out of all of them. And everything kind of just lined up today. I feel like the universe had to choose one more team up for a game of pickup basketball. And the universe had to either pick me or the guy with paper skin and glass bones. I think you all know what he picked. He picked the guy with paper skin and glass bones. But my mean, obese girlfriend was behind me and threatened to kick his ass, so he picked me. Check up, loser.
What are you doing?
I like the basketball.
We do not care.
You guys want to see my balls? Here they are.
Okay, that's fine.
Balls. Guys, it's time for commentary channel number 17,604's mandatory Instagram rapper video.
Okay.
Rap has been in a very interesting...
The next video we'll watch people singing, so don't worry. It's not always going to be rap because sometimes rap can be very boring. So we're going to watch people sing as well. I would like to see some cringe metal videos. That'd be funny. Seeing people try to do like metal and screaming and make their voice like all distorted and then they fuck up their voice.
That'd be funny. Recently. With the decline of focus and appreciation of lyrical substance and more focused on just being a vibe, it's no wonder why the rap music nowadays kind of feels more seasonal, kind of like phases, which makes a lot of sense. I feel like the younger and wider the demographic gets, the more
I just realized
what
music's playing in the background in his video.
Which sucks because rap isn't
Kinda
just
top
a
tier, I'm not gonna lie.
blanket, stereotypical gold in my mouth, purple in my cup, just got a nuke and cod, boy I'm about to bust. Just like everything, rap also has a spectrum, but most of the popular stuff is just stuck on. We've been stuck on the same spectrum since rap has become commercialized, ever since the CIA.
All right, bro, get to the point. I want to hear. I want to see some cringe, please. Shut the fuck up.
We're just gonna go down the list and maybe rank these from best to
like,
worst. I do want to label. I want to say that we're only going to be critiquing the music and the assets of the music. We're not going after the characters of these
Bros,
people.
you really using chowder music. That is top tier.
MGK or Tom McDonald. You could harass those people, but not these people that we're critiquing, that we're gonna be, let me be honest, making fun of their music, I'm coming for Eminem in 2025. I'm scared nobody is gonna come to my rap shows. Please help.
What the fuck?
So firstly, Instagram does have a pattern. Most of the rappers that you do see on Instagram are like these white middle-aged guys. And for some reason, every single time, it's undefeated. But they're always talking about coming for Eminem's throne. This isn't even the same genre as what Eminem makes. I don't think Eminem has ever made a song that sounds like this. I'm ready to kill in the middle of winter. The poison I am feeling is liquor to liver. The paint on my palette is painting. That's it? You know what? Maybe this video wasn't the best to judge him off of. POV, you found a 38-year-old virgin rapping faster than Eminem. Well, I mean, I'm not surprised, but what does that have to do with Eminem? And this is just the back cover of Monster from Eminem, so just imagine that is. It's just the same song. This is the correlation between these rappers and like coming after whatever Eminem is talking about. It's the fast rapping. That's like the only thing people care about when it comes to Eminem. Eminem is a good rapper. I'm not taking away any of that, right? And the fast rapping is cool too, but he's not even the fastest rapper.
Do you use
Yeah, I know that,
from a
right?
browser?
There are plenty of rappers faster
When
than
I'm
Eminem.
doing
Twisted
artwork like
Insane,
this
Busta
or streaming,
Rhymes,
yes, but when I'm not, I use a
So
phone.
it's like you're not even going after like the #1 fastest rapper. You just solely want Eminem's spot. Because I mean, I guess he is like the only white guy, but that's weird though. That'd be like in Afro Samurai if they went after everyone but Afro Samurai. Well, if it isn't the #1 samurai, they say you're the best, and I believe you. That's why I'm gonna need that #6 headband.
#6. It's a #6,
buddy. You're not coming after me? Huh? No. What do you mean fight you? You're like the best samurai ever. I just thought, ignore the Discord ping. What's Discord? Don't worry about that. Not your time. It doesn't make any sense. Why are you going after the #6? Look, I'm gonna get out of here. I got what I want. Okay, #6 better than #7. I'm out. I want to give this a 5 out of 10. Let's see what this disembodied head with arms and legs is gonna spit for us today.
World's looking for the best. Stop breaking your neck. Cash at me now or send me the check.
What's up with middle-aged men so obsessed with the Cash App? Do you guys not work anymore?
Cash at me now.
No, they don't want to work. That's why they're doing this.
Microphone need counseling. I'm making this stress. Done talking trash. Excuse the mess.
I guess that's how he ends his verses. That's how he Hendrix his verses. I'm not even gonna lie, I wasn't expecting that. I saw the disembodied head, the background. I thought this was gonna be a bunch of.
I'm not gonna lie, that didn't make me laugh. I just kind of scratched my head a little bit.
He said my life's like a movie with no effects. He's saying his life is raw. That's a bar. No critiques here. That's a 10 out of 10.
Okay, you know what? We're gonna watch Chef Ramsay's. You know what? Fuck the singing part. We're gonna watch Chef Ramsay's after this. Fuck that. I love watching Chef Ramsay's.
Alright, so we got another rap. I don't know if it's called Caught Cheating, like the song is called Caught Cheating, or if he got caught cheating, which I'm assuming that's what it is because of context. And, I don't mean to be pedantic and try to turn it every which way. I know what he's talking about. Also, how old is this guy? This is another, I'm 40 years old, but I want to dress like I'm 15. The pink dye is gonna make him bald.
Riding through the block with a scraper on dub. Sasho for sure, but keep it all thug. Let your pants say, represent where you're from. Roll the window down, throw your head out. Nigga, this the Bay Playboy.
Okay, we got our first strike. I don't even need to say it, because he already said it.
Nigga, this the Bay Playboy. Stepped in the bill instead of such a Bay gear.
With everything I got, I swear to God, bro, I don't care about nothing. Ain't no turning back now.
Ain't no turning back.
What kind of Bones and Harmony shit is this? What the fuck is happening?
Now, I know I made a cheat on you, but if you leave me, both of us dying.
They gonna respect us. They gonna hate us. But I love you, girl.
You more than life.
Okay, I don't know what's worse. The clear misuse of the word or the fact that she's actually crying. He cheated on her. She's crying her heart out, and he couldn't even have the common decency to code switch back.
You more than life.
He's stuck in 50 Cent mode and he can't go anywhere. This is he's just sitting there on his knees I love you. And I ain't never, ever gonna stop loving you.
Bitch.
And I'm a cheat. 301 times. But me and you, we like this. Who else is gonna watch me?
Note to my female audience, and this also goes to my male audience. Do not say what someone who cheats on you. They're horrible. They'll do it again. That's just my PSA for y'all.
When I overdose on methamphetamines, who else gonna watch me when I try to steal the ATM? You wanna go steal an ATM together? I know I didn't invite you the last time. Let's go steal an ATM, baby. Let's go get this money together physically. I love you.
That's really death,
I'm gonna give this a 0 out of 10. Do I even need to explain why?
Right? I said the same thing. I was like, is it?
Or now we have this next one. This is an army marching song. This is more of a song than a rap. So I don't know if this one counts, but it does have lyrics. Out of the ones we saw so far, besides the Face Raiders guy, this one actually has lyrics that we can maybe pick apart, See if we got the next Kendrick Lamar on our hands. So instead of K dot, he'd be R dot for red dot.
No. I just use this for the browser on Google. I only use the, yeah. But do you use the Instagram? No, not from the Microsoft Store. I didn't know you can get the Instagram from the Microsoft Store. That actually sounds kind of wrong. Oh, that sounds disgusting. I'm not gonna lie. Do people really download Instagram through the Microsoft Store? That is disgusting. Oh my god. Whoa, go back. Whoa, what the fuck?
Or he could be RN dot for redneck dot.
If you can see Chuck Norris, then he can see you. If you cannot see him,
I'm sorry.
What?
There's something funny?
What is happening?
The big bottle, because I couldn't find any cups because we're moving and I might have put on.
I don't know. It's so weird. What is happening?
Wait a minute. Bottoms up, as in when you drink, the bottom of the bottle goes up? That's what that means? Speaking of double entendres, okay, the lyricism, I don't know what this would have to do with marching. I know the military is pretty strict. Maybe he's trying to change it up. Maybe he's a veteran or something. He's like, man, left, right, left is kind of boring. What if we dedicated a song to the most badass guy in the world, Chuck Norris? I don't want to say he can't sing, but it's just...
I'm not gonna lie. I think a lot of kids don't know who the fuck Chuck Norris is. I think they know who he is, but I don't think they know who he is. They're aware of his name, maybe how he looks, but they don't know who or what he has done to get the so-called title of badass. I don't think they know. You gotta be kind of old, or at least old enough to know what he has done. And we all know he's from Enter the Dragon per se from the movies. Cadence, it's just Cadence. See, so he's from a lot of karate kung fu movies from the 70s, or in the 80s, I believe. And he did Enter the Dragon, and there's a scene where he's fighting the main character. He plays as a villain, or a villain henchman, if I remember right. And in the fight, a lot of shit happens, but it's he's kind of ignoring all the pain and shit. As he's losing, the more pain he's just keep on taking. Because remember, he's the villain henchman who doesn't really say anything. He doesn't talk per se, but he's working with the bad guy for the protagonist, and he's just taking this pain. He's getting all his ass kicked, or he's getting fucked up, but he's not flinching to it. So it's kind of like that. That's why people kind of make the meme of why Chuck Norris is such a badass. That's why they say even if his fists are tied behind his back, his literal mustache or his beard becomes a fist itself. It's supposed to be a testament of how really tough he is per se. And this is not, I don't think he was only in that one movie. He's been in other movies similar to that, so it's kind of like that. So
It's rough, and I don't think any person with a
he's an
sound
old
mind
action
would
hero. Let's
casually
just put
listen
it
to
that way.
this during anything. This isn't even motivatingly. This wouldn't motivate you to do anything but turn it off.
And yeah, things like that. Like, who will win between Superman or Chuck Norris? My money's on Chuck Norris.